Hello, everyone. How you doing? Hope you're having a good day. It's Friday. I thought it'd be fun to just kind of chill. Today's theme is pajama party. So if you have pajamas, I'd recommend you put them on. Kick back, relax. It's not going to get too intense today. We're just going to have some fun. If anything gets too intense, we're going to switch videos, because we don't need to tackle serious conspiracies. Today we're going to laugh at really weird stuff. This is Grod Serling, by the way. Everyone say hi to Grod Serling. His eyes are beautiful. Thorn. Cauldron Holefield. Alright, we're all caught up. Cool. Got a cozy blanket if need be. Got my meds for when it's time to take them later. I think we're good. Cool. I think it's weird wearing makeup with pajamas, by the way. I don't know if anyone else has done this. I literally put on pajamas and I was like, all right, time to do my face up. Not normally the order things happen in, I'll tell you. But all right. Let's just jump into it. I didn't clear the bingo sheet. I should probably do that, huh? Let's go ahead and clear this. We can play bingo. It is chill, though. So again, chill. It's pajamas. Your pajamas. These are pajamas. Look, it's even got a hood. It's like a onesie. It's an anglerfish. I'm considering having its deadlight turned into an innie so I can live vicariously. It's a bottom surgery joke. Anyway, cool beans. Let's get into it, shall we?
Hey everybody, Rex Bear League Project. How the heck are you? Today we're going to look at Davos 2024 highlights, keynote.
For those who don't know, Davos is basically a get-together for like rich and powerful people where they talk about potential world problems and stuff and jerk each other off. Conspiracy theorists hate it though. Similar to like the Bilderberg thing, they think it's where they get together and are like, ha 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 ha, we are evil, let us do evil things.
Notes of the WEF insights: Mars water, rockets that get to Mars in 45 days, artificial general intelligence apocalypse. Oh yeah, and we have more. Let's jump in. Thank you for being here with me.
Sorry, he is a little loud, isn't he? Give me a second. Yeah, I had my volume turned down, that's why, sorry.
This is an exclusive look at Davos, and what are they talking about over there? There's a lot of mystery, there's a lot of concern, there's a lot of excitement. Let's look at what the mainstream news has to say, shall we?
The mainstream
All right,
news.
let's jump right in. So, as you can see, according to McKinsey, some of the key talking points at Davos 2024 include achieving security.
I'm sorry, what is McKinsey? I'm not sure what McKinsey is. Generative AI experiment? Oh, he's using an AI thing to summarize events for him? What a good researcher, Jesus Christ.
Cooperation in a fractured world, creating growth and jobs for a new era. Artificial intelligence is a driving force for the economy and society, a long-term strategy for climate, nature, and energy. It's kind of chilly in Davos right now.
He did the meme. It's cold somewhere, therefore climate change isn't real. I'm not hungry, so starvation doesn't exist anywhere.
The Arctic blast.
He did the thing.
Blast for Davos. Oh yeah, and like, did you get yours yet? So these are cheap, and you can get up to 66% off right now if you go to don't.
Shilling on the bingo card. Look at that. Wow, he didn't even do a segue. He just started pitching immediately.
wastepower.com.
Uses AI on the bingo card? Indeed.
And get yours.
AI reliance needs to be on the bingo card. We did update the bingo card. Uses AI in the video is now on the card. So
they work. I don't know how they work, but they work. I've had mine plugged in now. It's plugged in right next to the breaker box. It's about the size of a garage door opener.
I'm sorry, what is this thing he's even trying to sell? Stop wasting money on dirty, unsustainable electricity. Stabilize electrical current. Reduce dirty electricity. Protect appliance. Okay, so it's just a scam box. It's a box with an LED light on it that your boomer like aunt buys because she's getting scammed by people like this on Facebook, and if you cracked it open, it literally probably just has the LED light. It's literally a scam. I don't even feel bad saying this. This is a scam. This is a scam. That's a scam. Dirty electricity.
6%
So funny.
off right
People don't know how words work. People don't know how anything works, do they?
now if you go to don'twastepower.com and Get yours. They work. I don't know how they work, but they work. I've had my.
Do they work? Why do you think they work, sir? Is it because they're paying you? Affiliate link ass motherfucker.
I'm plugged in now. It's plugged in right next to the breaker box. It's about the size of a garage door opener. This is the box that it comes in. And you plug it in and you know it's working because the light turns green. Now, I don't know exactly how it works, but it basically stabilizes electrical currents and it helps protect your appliances and electronics from dirty electricity.
Hey, fun fact. If this was a thing, it would just be a thing that was already included in how your fucking house is electrified. The fuck is he dirty? I know we went over this, but what are they even gonna attempt to try and explain dirty electricity? Or do they just think those two words next to each other are enough to convince people to spend money? Sadly, I think they're right. It's just unfortunate.
And I've had it plugged in now for about 3 months. If you're skeptical, even more reason to try this. So I was skeptical at first too. And
if you're skeptical, it's even more reason to spend money on a thing you think is a scam. Basically, regardless of what you think of what I'm saying, please buy this thing. Right. Terradona, what is this link?
No. That's a scam.
God damn, I need to get a fucking soundboard so bad. That's a scam. How's it going? Zolit Lionheart? You know it's working because the light turns green? Unironically, that is the purpose of the light. It is. People also sell scammy things that are supposed to, like, protect you from Wi-Fi radiation, and it's literally just like a tube with LEDs on it. Like, it sucks. People get scammed really easily. That's the thing, when you have a population of 8 billion people, like, even if there's like 0.00000000001% of the population that would fall for something this, like, stupid, that's still so many people to grift. It's a problem. It's a problem. Bittergrin says this is probably a scam, but power conditioners are things for sensitive electronics because the power from your wall outlet fluctuates in voltage a bit. Yeah, but they're saying you plug this into the wall and it changes your entire fucking house's, like, electricity. Like, that's not how that works.
You know what? This thing's awesome. So get yours. Go to don'twastepower.com, save the 66%. You'll thank me later. And let's go to the next article, shall we? Now, according to BBVA...
Why is he... What character is he summoning there? Feels like a Jim Carrey creation.
Thank you later. And let's go to the next article, shall we?
Let's go to the next article. Well, alrighty then.
Now, according to BBVA, Davos 2024 is...
DM Trey says, this was the original grift. Leg Fun Electronic Pest Repeller 6-pack ultrasonic plug-in. Electronic reject plug-in for mosquito, mice, roach, spider, insects. Didn't they get sued over this? Didn't they get sued? I thought they got sued. And it turned out they were bullshit. It's like that Head-On. Remember those commercials? I don't know if these are regional or national. Some people in America will know what I'm talking about. They were like, Head-On, apply directly to the forehead. Head-On, apply directly to the forehead. And it was supposed to be a headache thing. That was a scam. It literally did nothing. If you didn't know that, they got sued too. It was just a stick that you did this. It did nothing. The goggles, they do nothing.
An opportunity to reflect on the key challenges facing the world, such as geopolitical tensions, trends that will define the future, such as
What about the shake weight? Oh no, shake weight works.
Decarbonization of the economy.
I'm joking.
And artificial.
I like that the shake weight literally was a thing. The shake weight was literally a product that existed entirely off the joke that we all recognized. It kind of looks like you're jerking a penis, right? What a weird species we are.
Artificial intelligence. The World Economic Forum is an international organization for public-private cooperation.
Bittergrin says the website lists absorption of harmonic waves as a feature. Oh good, I was worried about that. I thought I would have to get a dongle to adapt it for another device. to absorb harmonic waves. Word salad on the bingo card.
The WEF provides a global,
Black's Law Dictionary request. What do you want me to look up? Screw bucket.
impartial, and not-for-profit platform for meaningful
Oh, hold on. I gotta pull out. I didn't pop out my rewards thing. That's why I didn't see that at first. Fraudulent? I could look up fraudulent. Sorry. Dr. Lewis says sometimes you need DC from AC, and that part you can't and the part you can't convert is dirty. Book was on the ground. Princess Amelia, thanks for 37 months.
connections between stakeholders
Trump
to
has to pay
establish
83 million. Wish it was more. Surprised it's not less. So cool.
trust and building initiatives for cooperation and progress. The meeting brings together some 3,000 paying members and selected participants for up to 5 days to discuss global issues across 500 sessions. So what are some of these sessions? Well, we're going to talk about that. I just wanted to share this with you, though, because this reminds me so much of, if we go back to
Fraud. An intentional perversion of the truth for the purpose of inducing another in reliance upon it to part with some valuable thing belonging to him or to surrender a legal right. A false representation of a matter of fact, whether be words or by conduct, by false or misleading allegations, or by concealment of that which should have been disclosed, which deceives and is intended to deceive another, so that he shall act upon it to his legal injury. Anything calculated to deceive, whether by a single act or combination, or by suppression of truth, of suggestion of what is false, whether it be by direct falsehood or innuendo, by speech or silence, word of mouth, or look or gesture, a generic term embracing all multifarious meanings which human ingenuity can devise, and which are resorted to by one individual to get advantage over another by false suggestions or by suppression of the truth, and include all surprise, trick, cunning, disassembling, and any fair, or rather, any unfair way by which another is cheated. Bad faith and fraud are synonyms, and also synonyms of dishonesty, infidelity, faithlessness, perfidy, unfairness, etc. Yeah, I'd say that counts. Mink with a streak says, I'm just typing this for channel points. Oh, you get channel points when you do that? That's funny. Atheist Brony says, bonus feature, if you stick the dirty electricity device up your bottom, it'll straighten up your chakras. Ooh, bonus. That's nice. But wait, there's more.
the Sumerian cuneiform tablets that were written 6,000 years ago.
I'm sorry, I was looking up a definition. How did we get on to Samaria? I think I missed a segue at some point.
This one in particular,
Thanks, Phoenix.
they're titled Enki and Ninmah, is where Enki and Ninmah are making people to do the work for the gods. And they're making mistakes along the way. They're drinking beer, they're making mistakes, they're making people, and then they're like...
Fun fact, historically, beer and other alcohol was drank, like, during the day a lot of the time because it was some of the only potable, like, water that people could get. Beer was used as a method of, yeah, people like to get drunk, but also maybe cleaner than the local well water.
Like, well, what are we going to...
Anyway, so when coffee became popular, productivity went way up because people weren't drunk all the time.
do with this one? Well, we'll give that one to the
Until the 50s, and then people were just drinking anyway because of all the PTSD that they weren't dealing with.
king. That one's an idiot. And I'm like, well, oh, is that where politicians came from? Anyway, what's interesting about this is it reminds me...
If there's one news source we can trust, it's ancient Sumerian tablets. If I can't trust ancient Sumerians, then frankly, who can you trust, okay? What are you, a Babylonian scullion? Okay? No. Sumeria, all the way.
So much of what is happening now with artificial intelligence, robotics, artificial general intelligence, the singularity, and these technologies that are just absolutely incredible that do the work for us. It's like It's cyclical, it seems to me. But if you ever get a chance, just read it, or you can go back and watch the tablet readings that I have done, Enki and Ninmah. You can find this on Oxford's website, where they actually translate it to English. It's a great translation. And it reminds me so much of what is going on right now in the global landscape of creating these new intelligences to do the work for us, kind of like the gods made us to do the work for them. This is some more information that I wanted to share with you. Key topics at Davos. They're talking about the global energy and food crisis.
Oh wait, Ben Shapiro's new movie. I heard about his rap. I did not hear about his new movie. What movie?
A bunch of painfully unfunny.
Oh, I heard about Lady Ballers. I heard about it. I heard it was basically a bad early 2000s, like, comedy that was trying to be transphobic, but mostly ended up being misogynistic. Ben Shapiro's a failed screenwriter. What did you expect?
Recession risks, private sector innovation and resilience, civil freedoms and human rights, geopolitical risks, climate change, sustainability, technologies, partnership for advancing health and climate action.
Singularity in this context doesn't mean in physics, it means in computers. There's a term in computing called the singularity, which is a hypothetical in which an AI becomes intelligent enough to create a better AI that in turn will create a better AI than itself, and it's like a recursive loop of AIs making better, smarter AIs doing the same until, like, the ultimate intelligence. It's like a hypothetical. It's often used in, like, science fiction. It's discussed more generally these days in AI as a point where AI can actually, like, improve upon itself easily. And when I say AI, it's hard to talk about AI because there's the, like, science fiction concept, and then there's the reality that we have today, which is, like, language and pattern recognition programs that are incredibly advanced, but they're not, like, intelligent. They're not self-aware. And I think people conflate the two, and it makes discussions difficult because they're different topics sharing the same verbiage, sharing the same, like, nouns. So when you're talking about one, it gets difficult to detach the connotations of the other. But basically what I'm trying to say is conspiracy theorists see the singularity as an event being worked towards to kill humanity, basically. To put us out of use, to be, you know, turn us into the dinosaurs and the AI takes over. They see it from a very, like, fictional movie catastrophizing Terminator sci-fi view, basically.
I really hope this
Yeah, I had fun on the Transatlantic Call-In show. Hope to go back soon.
comes to fruition. It'd be nice to see technology used for the greatest good of the planet in reference to cleaning up the earth, getting rid of microplastics, forever chemicals, coming up with innovations for better energy production.
He's talking about, well, it gets confusing here, especially because Davos is talking about the real thing, whereas he's a conspiracy theorist, so he's in a gray area between the two. It muddies the waters. That's kind of what I'm saying. That's one of the things that makes it difficult, is that we're kind of talking about different things here, but conspiracy theorists don't recognize that. I don't know.
Etc. And that's one of the things that's being talked about, actually, is Altman stated that in order for artificial intelligence to have a breakthrough, we're going to need an energy breakthrough to back up this artificial intelligence. And that makes sense. Another interesting article, and this is directly from the New York Times. In a speech in Switzerland, the Ukrainian president asked for more sanctions on Moscow, but he did not appeal for weaponry for new offenses. Andrew Kramer reported from Kyiv, Ukraine, and Jim Tankersley and Jordan Hallman from Davos, Switzerland. Ukraine President Zelensky called for peace, not more weapons, at a conference of national security advisors in Davos, Switzerland. Zelensky said, "For us, it is very important to show the whole world is against Russian aggression and the whole world is for a just peace." Now, that's from the New York Times. I'll leave the link in the video description box. Peace sounds great. Peace sounds amazing. China's 2024 Davos delegation is estimated to be the largest since 2017. This is an interesting article.
Get to your thing, man.
Around 5. That's almost 12,000 feet thick.
Oh, he's talking
That's
about
incredible.
the Mars thing, I think.
actually outline
I think after the Griff thing, we've milked enough out of that video. Chris, we've seen Chris a lot. Could talk about Mike Lindell talking about the New Hampshire primary.
Hello, everybody.
Trump won, of course. But I assume he's still going to try and claim it was fake because he didn't get 100% of the vote. Meek says, speaking of AI, you'll be glad to know that Tesla's stock prices dropped greatly after 2 bad quarters in a row. Oh, good. Good. Probably still overvalued, but, you know. I think GME was going down too, which is cool. Let me actually double check what they're at right now. GME is at 1450, so it's down a bit. And Tesla is down, say 5-day, 13%. Oh, that should go down a lot still.
Going right into the Lindell report. We went a little over there, but a great show by the great Lou Dobbs, and what a great addition he's been to our Lindell network, Lindell TV. So what we have tonight, and you just heard from Lou, we have a state. Our first state is New Hampshire, everybody, and we've got.
Did he miss the Iowa caucus?
Got a whole plan. With
Can I check BBBYQ stock? Sure, I just did. It's gone.
Maryland Todd, and we're going to have...
When I said check, by the way, I mean I checked my brain, and my brain said, oh yeah, that got canceled on the 29th.
Tonight, just so you get everybody you can.
I would bet my life that that is a fact, too.
Work here. We're going to have all of these great patriots from New Hampshire on, and we're going to go through the plan to get, I think it's over 55 towns in New Hampshire. We're going to go through this with Maryland first here, and to get rid of the machines. And everyone says, well, why is New Hampshire important? Why not Wisconsin or Arizona? You know what? Well, this is every state. We got to get rid of these machines. And we need good examples. You know, here's the state. Here's what they did in New Hampshire. And then maybe you get this over here. We have to start with one whole state, and I believe New Hampshire is going to be the one. We've had efforts going on in every state in the country and every county in the country, and this is part of the overall plan. You can look at lindellplan.com or call the number here, 800-598-67.
They have an 800 number?
I know you have a whole bunch to bring on tonight, but can you give everyone kind of what...
Oh, duh, of course. Just to give him money. I like that normally people have a defense fund. Fuck that. Lindell has an offense fund.
And
it sounds threatening, doesn't it? Donate to my offense fund. All right. Sounds fun.
And then, by the way, everybody, if you need to support this plan...
yeah, we can do aliens for the Anunnaki stuff in the last video.
That's lindellplan.com. This is the money we get from tonight's show that we're going to put towards the efforts in New Hampshire, because we need paper ballots hand counting. Marilyn, go ahead. I'll let you explain why is New Hampshire different, and why is it going to be a lot easier than we get blocked at every other...
I don't even understand what he expects here. So, I'm in Michigan, as you guys know. Here, we do paper ballots that I believe get scanned. What happens is we fill out the things that are on sort of Scantron sheets that are these big things with ridiculous numbers of security features and numbers. They check your ID and stuff like that to make sure you're the person. You do the stuff where they check your voter rolls, rather, or whatever. I don't know if they require ID in Michigan currently. They usually ask me, though, when I have it with me, so I don't mind showing it. I think they have other ways of checking. But anyway, you go, you fill out your votes and stuff, and then you take it, and you put it in a machine. It's a locked machine with, I would imagine, ridiculous numbers of security features. You can't get into it. It locks all of the ballots. This machine, I don't think this machine is the one that scans them, but the paper ballots are electronically locked in what is basically a portable fucking safe, okay? They're electronically counted, but they keep all the paper ballots. So I guess this is probably what he would want. It's paper ballots that are retained and have numerous security features. Doesn't matter. he's still not gonna do well in Michigan. Like, he's so focused on this idea, he really just thinks that if he was able to do this, Trump would just win 100%. Trump would win every time. Because he really can't imagine other people just not liking Trump for a variety of reasons.
State, and this has to do with, I guess, New Hampshire's laws are a little different, but go ahead.
Yep. So if Logan wants to bring up that chart, that blue chart, and so that they can see the process flow. So basically, we're targeting 55 towns, and what we're doing is in New Hampshire, you only need 25 signatures per town to get a warrant affidavit. To get in March, the towns will have their town elections. And so in order to get the warrant affidavit article to get the machines out and ask the question, do you want to vote by hand counting? You just need 25 signatures. So basically, we're going, and that's all ready to rock and roll. We have to submit the 25 signatures by February 6th. And I want to do a huge call to action. And for everybody in New Hampshire, if you know anybody in New Hampshire, and I'm going to release the 55 towns as soon as we're off this broadcast, it will be on all.
I Hate Twitch Times 2 asks, have you seen that on Reddit there's a group of legit fascists that claim to want to reform fascism? They keep getting banned and making new subreddits. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Like, they're active people who identify as fascists. Yeah.
All of our social medias, there's going to be a bunch of patriots for you to follow.
Some towns in New Hampshire don't even have 25 people.
Not only is it basically, we have 10 other patriot groups and that have their own followers in New Hampshire that are joining this effort. It's going to be unifying. New Hampshire patriots are ready to rock and roll with this, Michael.
Oh no, Lindell's website is a trailer for a documentary called Let My People Go. Let's check it out. Oh, the music immediately. Oh no! No. Slow motion, no. This is not good.
There's still a disconnect with most Americans that don't associate what happened on November 3rd, 2020 with January 6th. But
oh my god, it's about January 6th defendants, holy shit.
the reality is everyone that's rotting in there right now is in there because of what happened on November 3rd.
Did you have confidential
What happened on November 3rd was Biden was elected president. And you got salty. Oh.
human sources dressed as Trump supporters inside the Capitol on January the 6th prior to the doors being open?
Again, I had to be very careful.
It should be a no.
No justice,
But
no
how do you
peace,
change that government when our politicians are selected rather than elected? When everyone is too scared to talk about the slave master that made it all.
Really? You guys are really going this far to try and compare yourself to victims of chattel slavery? I don't even know what to do with that information. Like, I know they're shitty. I know they're shitty and so, like, full of themselves. I know. But is there nothing beyond parody? What do you even do for parody at this point? It wouldn't make sense. I used to like parody. Now it's just reality. And I'm so sick of it.
Possible.
It's an act of psychological warfare that you do to prisoners of war. We didn't know where we were going, why they were moving us.
I think they're literally talking about having a prisoner transfer. Like, where they are like, hey, you're getting moved to this other prison. Like, yeah, you're the prisoner. You're in jail. Like, you don't get to, like, that's part of the thing. You were arrested for, like, attempting to overthrow the fucking government. Like, if they were to tell prisoners where they're going and when they're getting transferred, especially if they were affiliated with, like, gangs, like, I don't know, militias and shit like that. Oh, hey, we're getting transferred on this date. Come attack this bus and release us. Like, do you see why maybe that's not a thing you would give the prisoners who are affiliated with an attempted, like, takeover of the federal government? Just a thought.
So while the J6ers wear real chains, we continue to wear invisible ones. Oh, how I dream of breaking through the feed that keeps us asleep.
Oh my god! Amber Pretzel says, these bits brought to you by my screaming in agony at the sheer power of stupidity of this. At least Hannah looks cute. Thank you. I do my best.
What I'm saying is nobody's following the federal law, including the vendors.
In China in particular, the advanced persistent threats, some of them are massive organizations, larger than many U.S. defense organizations.
You're talking about advanced persistent threat level players.
On a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the most difficult.
Max Power says, love the PJs used to cleanse. My cat is already in sleep mode. Adorable. Look at that kit. Cute. Wait, were they fake Antifa? Are they political prisoners? It's both simultaneously. That's the cool part of, like, delusional worldviews, is you can hold completely contradictory worldviews at once and just use them strategically because you don't care about reality. It's probably, that's gotta be like living life with a cheat code, not caring about actual reality even a little bit. Sometimes I wish I could be that deluded. Seems like it would be peaceful. At least for a little bit.
How easy is it to hack into these systems?
Can I go to a 0.5 instead of a 1?
Across the country, when you've got systems that are in use in these elections, you can't look.
Look at those goddamn, look at those lines. That means something. That's data. That's fraud. That data is, the data shows fraud.
Yeah,
you can tell because of the music.
It's beyond belief. Absolutely. It was stolen because it never should have been certified.
In the simplest of terms, we use proprietary machines that use programs to steal, shuffle.
No, they don't. No, they don't. They are checked. They are audited. The reason that it is so, like, on the DL how these things work is because if people know how they work, then it's easier for people to try and do things to them.
Dilute and plunder our most valuable property interest, our votes.
If Donald Trump's providential...
I'm so glad that the right is so bad at making media and art in general.
Aren't you providential? Ask yourself why you're here.
We are transferring power from Washington, D.C., and giving it back to you, the people.
And by that I mean, I don't want to get arrested, please? Can I just do whatever I fucking want?
You cannot say that this went well. Those are lost votes.
There's something wrong with our system. I hope
the faux fucking patriotic music.
Today I am here to
God bless America.
This is a battle of good and evil, and there will come a day when you will sit before a higher judge.
Is she aware of the flag code? Anonymous, thanks for gifting 10 tier 1 subs. Thank you very much.
Not only will we win, but I will spend the rest of whatever years I have on this earth with my wife.
I'm very behind this month, by the way, chat. So if you're like, who am I gonna gift subs to this month? Shameless plug. I like gift subs. It's the last shameless plug I'll do. Terradona with 100 bits says they completely disregard the Arizona audit. Right? For those who don't know, there was an audit in Arizona that was done and paid for by, like, right-wing people who wanted to find fraud, and they found more votes for Joe Biden. Like, they've done this. They've done audits. They've already investigated all of this. You're all fucking wrong. Let it go. Joking Ouroboros, thanks for gifting a sub. Skifizo with 101 bit says, vote please. Unstable Deadbeat, thanks for gifting a sub. 63% to level 3. I appreciate it.
With my children.
That was a smooth plug. You haven't even... It already started coming out of my mouth. You haven't even seen my smoothest plug. Goddamn.
Praising God.
Hannah regrets what she just said on the bingo card.
Encourage them and admonish them. You better keep this alive. Keep the memory alive. Because I don't want to go back to hell.
Well, that's fucking terrible. Oh, Frank. I call him Frank because his website's called Frank Speech. I get confused because his name is also Mike. And Mike and Frank are very similar names.
And basically,
Frank Pillow.
You know, one of the things I said is that is so important that we get 25 signatures before February 6th. We need 25 signatures from these 55 towns before February 6th for the question to be on the ballot in the March town elections. And that is going to be we're ready to rock and roll. We're ready to run with it. And, you know, Mike, I don't know if you remember the Wyndham 500. I'm sure you do. And this is why I called you this morning to see if you could, you know, because I really wanted to get you involved. And I know that you're everyone's favorite patriot, of course. So, you know, I just, if the media could shed a very special light on New Hampshire just until March, because basically the Wyndham 500, I was thinking to myself, what made the Wyndham 500 so successful? And what made it successful is every media news station was talking about Wyndham. So if we...
The chart that...
Okay. I'm sick of CC with a budget. I want CC without a budget. What's CC been up to? Records in car on bingo card. Atheist Brony with 50 bits says, it kills me to see hardcore Christians praising Trump. I bet money he couldn't tell me what the book of the Bible contains the story of Job. Remember when he called it 2 Corinthians? What's your favorite Bible verse? Oh, I don't remember. It's from 2 Corinthians. Corinthians 2 is my favorite sequel.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. CC here,
Casco.
Chris, from New York, Westchester County. It's 1:24.
Ooh, would I vote Gul Dukat or Kai Wynn? Gul Dukat. I will not be taking further questions. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
24. There's a couple things I want to talk to you about. And since there's going to be absolutely no news anymore, it's just all going to be politics and bullshit like that. All the way up until the election.
That is how the election cycle works, unfortunately, Chris. You live in America. You know how it is.
I might throw in maybe a little shooting in there or something else. Maybe Disease X, perhaps. Or...
I should bring this up. At Davos, there's been discussion amongst, you know, people in power. Hey, if, you know, whatever the next pandemic is, because I don't know if you know this, pandemics are an inevitability as long as we live in a world with disease and humans. Conspiracy theorists don't seem to know that, though, because there are discussions about, like, hey, a hypothetical pandemic with a worse disease, they're calling it Disease X, because it's just supposed to be generic. And conspiracy theorists are freaking out like they're already planning the next thing. No. You see, when you're in charge of things, governments, companies, if you have power, you're supposed to look forward and go, what potential problems can we prevent or try and prepare for? Nemesaur, holy crap, thank you for gifting 20 tier 1 subs. Whew, that is a lot. Thank you very much. Illinois took Trump off the primary ballot. Interesting. Stone Corbell, thanks for gifting a sub. I thought, wasn't there another state that tried that and it got struck down, or is that still pending? Because, like, it was that state's specific rules regarding primaries was different or something. I think it was determined because primaries are effectively run by a private entity, in this case, like the GOP, the RNC, rather. Like, they didn't have the right to take him off. At least that was a specific state, but I don't remember which one. Stone Corbell, thank you for gifting a sub. Wow, we got over a level 5 hype train. Holy shit. Thank you, everyone. Nemesaur, Stone Corbell, and everyone else gifting subs. I appreciate it a lot. Seriously. Thank you.
Something else, I don't know. We'll see. But it's just nothing but
Hawaii was trying. That's so funny to me. Like, Hawaii's not going red anyway. What's the point?
Politics now, and they have to keep people divided. They have to keep people divided. That's the only way they can win. See, flat earthers aren't. Yeah, we might disagree on exactly what we live on, but we all know we live on a flat land, stationary, covered with a dome, covered with something.
Flat earth on the bingo card, of course.
You know. But they have to keep, you know, the people that think they live on a spinning wet ball divided, and that's very easy. Very easy. It's been proven time and time again.
Reminder that CC is a Trump supporter and vehemently anti-immigration of any kind. Just letting you know. He's talking about dividing people, but he's incredibly, like, racist and xenophobic. Kind of funny. Like, not ha-ha funny, more like I'm gonna go crazy funny, and it's just endless laugh track in my head driving me crazy. That kind of funny.
Bring up the election. Oh, bring up sports. Bring up tennis.
Is B.O.B. still a flat earther? I genuinely don't know. I only heard about that person specifically because of their flat earth views, so.
Bring up the mosque. It's so easy to keep these people divided. I mean, it's a no-brainer. Man or woman, cat or dog.
Transphobia on the bingo card.
Has astounded me how people have fallen for this hook, line, and sinker, and how I fell for it. I am going to try to explain flat Earth to somebody, okay? And I'm going to tell you what it consists of. It's like trying to convince them to vote for Trump, okay? It really, here, let me give you an example. Like, okay, I was talking to somebody the other day who's a big Biden supporter, but I was comparing it to flat Earth, you know. But let's see if I can do the correlation. Let's check it out. Let's have a little fun.
Wait, does he think correlation is a comparison? Oh no. Meek says, I wish I could put CC in a space station for a week and see how he would rationalize it afterwards. All the windows were TV screens. See, that wasn't even hard to do. I did it.
Oh, come on. Come on.
It was all fake. You thought that was real? Bullshit.
Covered with a dog.
That would be the whole argument. You thought I was floating? That was an electromagnetic field strong enough to levitate me. Bullshit. That's what he would do. He would literally say that we have a secret anti-gravity machine before he would recognize that space is real. Max Power says, Chris, people like you and Russian social media bots divide people. Go outside and be nice to people.
Oh, it's flat. You've been lied to all of your fucking life. You might as well laugh. Don't feel claustrophobic. Feel warmth. That's
what
how
happened to the flat earth guy who would go around handing out flyers and went on the world tour. He got canceled by the flat earth community because he allegedly stole a bunch of money and property from other flat earth friends on that tour and basically left the tour stealing money, allegedly. He tried to make a comeback a little bit ago, but I haven't seen more from him, so I don't know. Not much has been happening. He hasn't been very online.
I feel
the airlock clip from Avenue 5. If we weren't streaming on YouTube, I would. But it would stop the YouTube stream if I tried to play as much of that clip as I need to for all the context. Thank you for that hype train, everyone. I appreciate it. Thank you. I couldn't do this stream if it wasn't for you guys. Skifazoa says, not just Russia, Turkey state news media has been spreading fake news too.
Knowing that we're in this world that we're not spinning in space, that we'll never have a problem with meteors or anything, and space doesn't exist, and it's all bullshit. It's quite comical.
Fake space sky on the bingo card.
So anyway, so he brings up
what's the plushie? This is my stuffed animal, Grod Serling. He is a gorilla.
Points of how good of a job Biden's been doing. Real, I'm sorry, I can't say that without fucking laughing, okay? Because he is the worst fucking president in the entire history of the world.
Wow. If I asked CC to name 15 American presidents, do you think he could do it?
Bottom line, he's done nothing. He's broken so many treasons. You know what I'm talking about. I mean, he's broken so many fucking laws.
Which ones? Which ones, Chris? Name the laws. Name the laws. You don't even understand gravity. I don't expect you to understand jurisprudence. Freyline says, I'm happy. So happy. Look at how happy I am.
He is done.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Please don't tell anyone I was mad.
Done absolutely nothing but make it harder for the middle class to live. Everything is zoomed through the price. Groceries, gas, every single fucking...
Boomers probably had to memorize them. I did in, like, first grade a little bit. Like, Washington, Adams, Jefferson, Madison, Monroe, Adams, Jackson, Van Buren, Polk, Taylor... Like, it falls apart there for me, and then I can name, you know, them out of order, some of them, the big ones, but that's about it.
Thing, and they love it. The border is out of fucking control. It's never been like that.
Biden controls capitalism, confirmed. It's true. You can tell he watches a lot of Fox News because he's constantly freaking out about the border in election years.
In their history.
Oh my god, there's an invasion, there's a caravan, there's a taco truck on my block, and it gives me diarrhea. Like, it's just constant fear-mongering. The invasion is always happening, and always about to destroy us if we don't gain power immediately, but also we've been using this technique for decades and decades to try and scare weird xenophobic white people into voting against their own best interests.
Ever! Ever! Okay, all right. Treasons. I meant to say treasons, okay. I'm sure there'll be somebody on the comment that had already caught it. Have fun. Anyway.
Choking Ouroboros says, CC is what you get if you laugh cry emoji boomers use when they are mad was a person.
So, okay, so he brings up, the first thing is, Trump is he should be in jail. For letting J6 happen? Oh my god. That was an abomination. He should...
Yeah, it's not great.
Should be in jail for that. I'm like, wait a minute. Excuse me? Was that the incident when they were letting people into the house? When they were opening the door?
I mean, if a bunch of people are spraying me with pepper spray and beating the shit out of me and other people, I'm probably gonna stay out of their way until reinforcements come, yeah. Like, we watched it live, Chris. We literally watched it that day on this channel. You can go see the VOD. They were beating the shit out of people and spraying pepper spray at, like, cops and shit. Which on pretty much any other day would be pretty funny, but this circumstance was not funny. This was not just like, you know, ACAB. It was like, hey, we don't like the results of an election, so let's try and overthrow the government. It was stupid. I don't think it was ever going to succeed. But regardless, like, they still tried it? Being an idiot isn't a defense. That's all I'm saying. Scotty the Scot with 19 months says, happy 19 months, I got you some tacos from that totally legit taco truck down the street. Rad, I'll get the Imodium.
And letting people... Have you seen the footage?
Their tamales are just that good.
It had nothing to do with him. Nothing at all. They had to create something, so they created
like,
it.
If you go back to my stream, there are some clips that I haven't even seen news play, so I don't know if it's just shit that got locked down, but, like, on that day, on my stream, you can see, like, literally J6 people trying to fist fight the cops inside of Congress. Like, we saw it, Chris, you stupid bitch. Oh.
Okay. And it's like Flat Earth. See, they had to create this spinning wet ball. Okay, they had to create space. They had to create NASA. They had to...
You know, NASA came a little bit after people knew about space, right? Just a bit.
To keep this lie going. And it's working. Okay? Because they haven't faked a moon mission in over 50 years now. Okay, we're talking 2-3 generations of people that still think we went to the moon.
We did.
Okay. All right. See? Still think we went to the moon and that we landed there. And we haven't been there since. And we have no...
Chris, you know we went to the moon multiple times. Whenever flat earthers talk about this stuff and fake moon landing, it's like they act like they don't know that we did the moon landing more than once. There was more than one mission to the goddamn moon. There was physical evidence there. They left an actual mirror that you can shoot lasers at to prove they were there. Like, it's not a debate. You're just wrong. You're just wrong on this. And it makes me sad that he's willing to die on this hill. Atheist Brony says, every museum tour I've been on involved a bunch of people climbing through smashed windows.
plans of going back at all. And every time they do bring a plan up, something happens. We forgot to do this. Oh my God, I don't know. Another year.
Yeah, Armored Skeptics videos in my queue of potential videos for today.
Another 10 years, another 15 years. When the fuck is everybody going to wake up and say, just look at that? Don't you find that suspicious? Just the fact that we haven't been anywhere in over 50 fucking years. And there are no plans on the scoreboard. Nothing on the horizon. Nothing being built right now as we speak. Nothing.
That's objectively untrue. Like, I don't like Elon Musk, but SpaceX has governmental contracts where they are absolutely building rockets that are supposed to be used for the Artemis missions, I believe they're called. Jeff Bezos has a fucking space company. No, that's just not true. And also, even though we weren't doing moon landings, we were still doing ISS missions. Like, there's still people on the ISS. It's not as active as it used to be, and they're, you know, planning on deorbiting it because it's so old that it's not going to be in use. But the idea that just we weren't doing space things isn't the case. We just weren't going to the moon. Will we eventually again? Yeah. Don't know if it'll be in the next 10 years, 20 years. There are other priorities, most likely, even though they are working on it. I don't expect it to be the #1 priority, because we aren't in the middle of the Cold War. But either way, Chris, we went to the moon. We went to the moon. Calm down.
Except some ships that are going up in the atmosphere and pretending like they're in space. And they buy it. They fight for it. They will fight for it. And they can't give it up. They come up with every fucking solution of bullshit against us, and they can't get it. They just can't get it. Oh my. 50 fucking years. Nothing. Nothing at all. They can never, ever fake it. They will never land anybody anywhere. Anywhere. They can't fake it anymore. Our technology is surpassed. I can only imagine what kind of technology they have. If we have this shit now...
Believe sci-fi technology exists on the bingo card?
Whoa. They're probably 20, 30, 40 years in the future with technology. God knows what they have. Night vision goggles, that's nothing. That's shit.
Sorry, I like that in his head he thinks, what's high tech? And his brain went, night vision goggles.
God knows what that...
That's so fucking funny. I literally have, like, children's night vision goggles from the 90s somewhere. I don't know where they are. Remember those spy fucking... like those... What? Stone Corbell says, if we faked it back then, why wouldn't we just fake it again now? Why wouldn't we fake it 1,000 more times? It would be nothing to do that. Yeah, it doesn't make any goddamn sense as a story.
I can't even...
After this video, we'll go over the bingo card, sure.
Come up with ideas. I don't even know how they would fake it to begin with anyway. And how big is the magic pack in the back going to be this time? Is it going to be a foot? You know, the backpack? You know, the magic backpack. The magic one. Yes, the fairy tale magic pack that kids are running to school with. That pack right there. Yeah, that's what the astronauts wear, okay? And apparently...
Are you talking about the packs on their back? Don't those contain, like, oxygen tanks so they can breathe? Like, am I fucking crazy? Like, is he upset because they're wearing the oxygen tanks on their back and on the moon? Chris, they need it. They need it to breathe. It's the moon.
It just completely has an unlimited amount of air.
Not unlimited, Chris. That's... What do you... Unlimited? Unlimited? No! A specific amount that they pay very close attention to because they need it to breathe with their lungs.
Okay? Takes care of blowing up like the Goodyear blimp. It does so many things. It's unbelievable, but we don't even know what's in it. We have no idea.
Chris, it's oxygen tanks. It's oxygen tanks for them to breathe.
Nobody knows what's in it.
What?
It's a magic pack. A fairy tale.
Oh my god! Chris!
Pack. Lies. More bullshit costume, you know? That's all it is. It's a costume, okay? It's a Halloween costume. But people buy it. They buy it. They love it. They love it. The helmet that moves like this. Oh, that's great. Yeah, right in space. Not worrying about air. Yeah, just playing golf out.
The backpack is the air!
There on the moon, not checking, you know, anything, any dials or anything. Yeah, 10 minutes of air.
They check the dials, Chris. They check the dials.
15 minutes of air. Okay. So now I also come up with talking to this guy, and I mentioned to him that, you know, how well Trump did during his tender, I should say. And he comes back and he says he produced nothing. The country was a mess. You know, it's like, okay, all right, well, okay.
Where did I get this? Baja got it for me a couple years ago.
Calm down. Calm down, because I'm not even arguing with him at this point. At this point, I can see he's so far gone, okay, that there are no light bulbs upstairs at his house. Okay, they're all turned off. And then I bring up the border.
I've never been a Tucker, so this is difficult. Bittergrin says, here's a lesson plan for 5th to 8th graders that covers it. Woo! What is a spacesuit? Grades 5 through 8. That would be good for Chris. I really, really think he could use that.
And he goes into and saying every presidency has always had problems with the border. Every one of them. Absolutely. They all had problems at the border. But they never had 10 million of illegals coming in a year, or since he's been president. That's world record. Way to go, Biden. You should be proud of yourself. Yes, he should.
Haste, thanks for following. Or Hast, rather.
It's unbelievable. You know, and also the mere fact that we haven't even dug down more than 8 miles. No more than 8 miles. But yet you're given photographs, diagrams and drawings of more bullshit you could possibly imagine, of not only Earth, but of Mars. That's right. They even broke down Mars. Oh, you know what?
He said 10 million per year. Benigagami says, on a positive note, I want to thank you, Hannah, and the Stanas for this great community. My cousin's egg just cracked and came out as a trans woman, and I've learned so much here to help and support her. I'll do what I can to help our family understand what she's going through and be understanding. Again, thank you and your community for helping my dumb cis ass become a better person. That's great. That's great.
They also, I love it when they break down the meteor.
And congrats
when they get some fucking meteor and name it God knows what, and then they break it down. You know, this is where the ice core, this is where the ice layer is, this is what the core looks like of a meteor. Oh my lord. You know, it really, if you can't figure this out now, and you're not really a troll, okay, and your channel only exists because of us, flat earthers, okay, and you still don't get it.
Dahlia Vianney with 20 months says, another month and I come onto this stream to Hannah wearing, on her head. It's an anglerfish! It's my deadlight.
All right. You're lost. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, you're just lost. You haven't questioned anything at all whatsoever. These trolls haven't done anything. They've done no research at all whatsoever. They're regurgitating all the bullshit that they learned in school or that Google's pumping them out. You know, they can't even go on to any apps and find out exactly what we live on. Looking at photographs of boats that are 5, 10, 15, 20 miles away and we can zoom in on them. Looking at mountains that are 700 miles away and we can zoom in on them. And there's no curvature where there should be 50 miles of curvature. But there's not. There's zero. Okay? So if they can't believe that, then they must think that the Earth must be, I don't know, 1.5 million square fucking miles or something, and we're the size of Jupiter.
How many square miles is the Earth? What did he say is a lot?
1.5 million. Can't believe that, then they must think that the Earth must be, I don't know, 1.5 million square fucking miles or something, and we're the size of Jupiter.
The Earth is 196.9 million square miles. So a lot bigger than Chris thinks is an absurd size to think. That's like so much fucking bigger, Chris. Oh my
God. Because I don't know how they could possibly explain that. You know, there's no way. The atmosphere thins out up there when you get to the mountains. It's beautiful. You can take some great shots. And I'm surprised I didn't even think about it, because it doesn't make a difference. If you're at the same if you're at the same altitude as the mountain that's over there, that's 700 feet and 700 miles away, you shouldn't be able to see it. Okay? And that's what we captured. All right? Hundreds of miles of no curvature at all. From planes, from everything.
Chris really, really doesn't understand how big the Earth is. That's a shame. I've talked about this before, but it seems like a lot of flat earthers have a problem conceptualizing the size of the Earth. And I think it was illustrated really well earlier when he was like, what, do you think the world's like 1.5 million square miles? And in reality, the Earth is like 200 million square miles. Like, they really don't understand how big it is and how small we are relative to it. They just have no, like, it's too big. It's too big for, and I'm not saying this is like a defect. Like, not everyone can picture things. I'm not good at picturing like scale and size necessarily, but I also recognize that the Earth is round. It's interesting to me that it just seems like a problem of they really, really, really don't understand how tiny we are relative to the scale of the Earth. Like, it's absurd. Atheist Brony says, surface area of Jupiter's surface is about 23 billion square miles, by the way.
And they still don't get it. You know, they still don't get it. They think they're going to the
Earth
moon.
makes him feel very, very small. I'm going to use that. The Earth will make me feel very, very small. Thank you, Earth. Appreciate it. Andronicus Khan says they're picturing King Kai's planet.
They think they are going to colonize Mars. Don't you think they would have done that by now? They haven't.
If someone in the universe needed to train to, like, debate the most insane people in the universe, my stream would be the equivalent of King Kai's planet. Here you can train at absurd difficulty levels so that the normal stuff will be easy.
Oh, it's all right.
I don't have those berries. I don't have the berries. Wait, that was a different training thing. That was a completely different training scenario. My bad.
It's all right. It's fine. It's fine. You live on a flat Earth. You're stationary.
Sensu
Be
beans.
happy.
That's what I was thinking
Enjoy
of.
yourself. That's all. All of this is a lie. It's just a matter of time until we hit the tipping point. That's coming.
Yes, I was talking about sensu beans from Dragon Ball Z.
Soon. That's right, when everybody's just going to wake up. You know about the...
By the way, have you guys seen Dragon Ball Z? If you haven't, I'd recommend it. It's a really good anime. Max Power says, they're not tiny, it's just really cold in space, okay? I was in a pool. I was in NASA's pool, in fact, faking a moon landing.
Monkeys that I told you about. Yeah, eventually it's just going to click. Okay, and then the program reboots. All right? And that's what they're afraid of. Okay, them, who are running the world out there. Billions of us, I think, I don't know, I'm not even really sure about the exact number of people that are living here on this flat land, but they'll produce numbers and all sorts of stuff, but that's a different video. You know,
Jen Graham with a £2 super chat says there's a galactic cluster that equals 10% of matter. Yeah. Yeah. We are very tiny.
I thank you for subbing. I thank you for viewing my videos. Let me be a part of your life.
Jesus Christ. Chris is exhausting sometimes. Alright, what else we got? You know what might make me laugh? Hans being incredulous about chimps. But first, let's take a look at the bingo card. Let's take a look. We have Hannah regrets something she just said. We didn't have satanic yet, did we? Transphobia. No, CC is not okay. Sky is fake. That counts for space is fake too. I didn't mention cheese yet, no. Yeah, sorry, I forgot to take these off when I was clearing the card earlier. Word salad. Shilling. Scamming. Anything else? Flat Earth, of course. Sorry, missed that. Believe sci-fi tech actually exists for a lot of his stuff, I guess. Okay, I think that's it. Oh, yeah, you're right. We did have aliens. We did have aliens for the Anunnaki thing. Aliens did it. Oh, we did have uses AI. Forgot uses AI. Sorry. We can do the exasperated. Did we have Biden? You're right. Biden too. I'll mark it next time.
Hi, I'm in Canada, and we're doing a Canadian pre-order, believe it or not, thing for my new book, which comes out this
Is Dan in this?
And I have a real Canadian here to explain what the promotion is for you fellow Canadians.
The promotion is Indigo Books until the 28th, 30% off popular and expected and hyped up sci-fi stuff, and they're hyped because they're cool.
They're cool, just like Canada.
Ancient wisdom for the Sumerians. You're right, I forgot the Sumerian thing.
We're on top of a mountain.
They've been friends for a really long time. That's great. Boop, boop, boo. Yeah, I remember. I think he showed up in a Lindsay Ellis video like a long time ago when she's still doing stuff on YouTube and not just Nebula. Please issue a content warning before showing a Canadian. I'll do better in the future.
Thank you to a friend for sending me this chimp fursuit video. And whenever I share a video like this, I'm
sorry to all the furries who have to take this slander on such a consistent basis.
Spend some time just talking about fursuits in general, fake animals, and just there's a lot that can be said about this. And most people, when you first bring this topic up, they don't want to believe it. And it has to do with animals. People have a soft spot in their heart about animals, but it's the same thing as fake outer space.
Jesus, guy, find a real hobby. Yeah, like watching conspiracy theorists on the internet and making a bingo game out of it. Have a normal hobby like us people. Ask not for whom the cringe tolls. It tolls for thee.
First reaction when people are told about flat Earth is to mock it, and they don't want to believe that they can be lied to about big things. And so it's the same thing with the fake animal thing. Oh, how could I be lied to about animals that I've believed in my whole life? Well, you've been lied to about all sorts of things. And one thing that I want to talk about...
Did he mention the guy that did the realistic dog suit? I don't know if he did. I hope not.
About in this video is the fact that with these fake animals, it'll be a dangling carrot that's impossible to get to. No regular human being will ever gain access to a chimp. But
You can gain it. I don't know. If you want to go see a chimp, you can go see a goddamn chimp. Do you need a little money? Yeah, you can go see a chimp, though. I guarantee there are companies that, like, you can pay money and you get to go, like, in the back of the zoo and, like, meet a chimp. It probably exists somewhere. Just saying. Oh, is this the... I can't believe... Is he gonna continue to, like, defame her, do you think? I know someone brought up the 83 million earlier. I didn't realize it was in regards to this case. I didn't realize that was getting settled today. Like, is he just gonna go do it again? Did she accidentally find the one real free money glitch in the world? And it's like pissing off Donald Trump and having him slander you? Fenekagami says, I forgot, does Hans think foxes are fake? I know squirrels are real to him. I actually don't remember how he feels about foxes. Terradona says he should spend an hour in a fursuit and see how he fares. Very sweaty. I don't think anyone wants to lend Hans their fursuit. No one wants his fluids.
But it seems like any old random...
I mean, he has kids, so that's not true. But you know what I mean.
Bozo out there, if you know the right people, can gain access to a chimp. And that's how you know that these animals are fake. Other exotic animals, I've seen exotic, like lions that people have had as pets that they stop being able to take care of them. Bears even that people have tried to have as a pet. And fennec foxes, not all like big things.
Yeah, Hans has kids, he homeschools them.
Exotic pet.
How do you think that works? Do you think he got his kids one of those toys that you pull the lever and the thing spins around and it goes, the cow goes moo? But he has to, like, break it so, like, half the animals aren't on it anymore because they're not real and he doesn't want to indoctrinate his children except into things that he doesn't believe?
Pet owners will own anything that they can get their hands on, exotic. And
Trump left the courtroom during closing arguments to attack Carol again. If the jury was unaware, she could come back for a third bite, I would think. He's brilliant. What a brilliant tactician. The art of the deal right there.
Ever heard of any exotic pet owner owning a chimp or...
Hey, don't own wild animals. Like, I understand conservation efforts and, like, zoos, not, like, shitty ones, but, like, actual zoos that do real conservation, try and help animals while informing the public as best as you can for those kind of things. That's one thing. Individual people, stop buying wild animals. They are not pets. There's a difference between domesticated animals and wild animals. I get it. I understand. Please stop. Don't do this.
Gorilla, and it's only in fantastical news stories. You hear about the lady, well, what about the lady who got her face ripped off by a chimp? Well, that's just a media story. And
it's easy to justify your beliefs when you just hand wave away anything you don't want to believe.
Of course, they love to have their media stories about how, are fake animals actually super dangerous? That's the whole drop bear thing. They try to pretend like koalas are ultra dangerous so that people don't go grab.
It's a joke. It's literally a joke. Raptor Blue, thank you. Welcome, Raiders. Today we're having a conspiracy pajama party. So I'm just chilling, being comfy, watching conspiracy videos, debunking them, talking about why conspiracy theorists believe the things they do, just having fun. Chatting with you guys, hanging out. Playing conspiracy bingo if you'd like to get a card. Go check out Raptor Blue.
Grab them and start taking them apart and find out it's a plushie or a robot. So, same thing with the chimps. No person out there that's into exotic animals owns a chimp.
Yeah, we have a bingo card that's, it's basically different conspiracy tropes that conspiracy theorists use. And the first person to win bingo gets a gift sub.
Or a baby gorilla.
Wonder how Hans would feel about something like this. Let's see. Oh, like the Reese's Helper Monkey thing?
America. About double what our
Oh my god, has anyone seen Monkey Shines? Anyway, I assume he would think this was a fake. He would say this is fake. This is another part of the PSYOP. Pterodona says she certainly found a good way to get an alleged billionaire to transfer their wealth to you without being married to them. True, true. Melania probably feels like she has wasted a lot of time right now.
It's half of what ours is. So that would put her at about a...
For those who don't know, Monkey Shines is a horror movie about a guy who gets a Reese's helper monkey like this because he becomes paralyzed due to an accident. But the monkey is actually super intelligent because it's been injected with, like, human brain cells or something. I don't remember the specifics. Anyway, it starts murdering people for the guy, and then, he and the monkey have a face-off, and he kills the monkey. Spoilers for Monkey Shines. Anyway.
It doesn't exist. Only in the media will you hear that somebody owns a chimp and got their face ripped off. But never, never will a real exotic animal person...
You'll never guess how he defeats the monkey, though. So that's not spoiled. Go watch the movie.
A chimp or be
There's
able
a part 2 where he's like, you slime.
We just see bozos on video. These suits are very expensive, and they're rented out to make media. And why does Nikocado Avocado get access to a sloth?
Because he paid for it. You can go to a zoo and see sloths. Like, that's not even an expensive thing. A lot of zoos now have sloths that are, like, out in areas where you can see them, and there's, like, a zookeeper there who will answer questions or make sure you're not being shitty to the sloth. You know? You can go see a sloth. That's your dream. Go live it.
It doesn't make sense that... Like, any old exotic animal person should be able to bring a sloth. Why is it, like, people in the media and strange people that it's like, you look like you could be anyone, but obviously you look upper crust. You look like you know people. You look like you've lived an easy life. How come it looks like these people that have money and know people and live an easy life get access to chimps? Let's watch the video. I think it's clearly a suit.
Lambani, your hands are very...
Being goofy this whole video. Another thing I want to talk about before I forget is the magic aspect of this and how incredibly powerful the human mind is at changing what we actually see. This is also how glamour magic works. Before you learn about skulls and bones,
I swear, just like believes sci-fi technology exists, like, why didn't I think about this? Believes magic spells exist should be on the video. Oh, God.
May actually see celebrities to look different.
Doesn't no problem is capitalism? Yes.
Actually see them as being more beautiful than they
are. For those who don't know, glamour magic in fiction is magic that specifically, like, disguises oneself. Like, if you were, like, a fey creature, you could use glamour magic to make yourself look like a human or a normal animal or something.
Actually are, because you're being dazzled by glamour magic, and your mind is seeing what it thinks it should see.
Oh no, this does not count as dimension beyond our own. Why in the world would it do that?
The same thing plays into the gorilla suits and the chimp suits. When I was able to put my preconceived notions aside and consider the possibility that they are suits, it popped. I could see it so much better. I literally saw them differently than how I used to see them. When you believe in the suits, and this is why very, very so often they try to get at your emotions first with their fake suit stories, and then they can present you the most busted looking thing, but because they've already got you with your emotions, it literally looks different to you. Your brain fills in details that aren't there.
It's actually funny because what he's describing isn't untrue at a base level. Like, our brains do fill in a lot of things. Sometimes we see what we want to see, but the irony, of course, here is that he's doing that with his thing and not realizing it. He's not realizing that his biases and delusional beliefs about chimps not being real is painting his perception of this situation. And we all do that. It's just that normally we aren't that out of line with reality that we, you know, require this much correcting, that we require, like, oh my god, that's so off base that it's, like, out of line with everyone's perception of reality.
There. The mind. Have you done the experiment where the brain actually has blind spots that are constantly being filled in? Your mind is exceptional at filling in things that it thinks should be there. and that they utilize that to have people cast spells on themselves. If you believe that it to be a real suit, it actually looks more real to you than to somebody who has known that they're suits. It actually looks more like a suit to me, because I've known them to be suits for a while.
Stinky. Let me see this hand.
Conspiracy theorist tells on themselves on the bingo card. He's accident. No, well, okay, we'll do 2 spaces for this because I think it's kind of both, and it's big enough that I'll fill both spaces. Hypocrisy on the bingo card, incredible hypocrisy or whatever it is, and conspiracy theorist tells on themselves, because this is both incredibly revealing and incredibly hypocritical.
And let me see this.
The hands especially look bad, and they're putting them off. That's fun.
What do you mean the hands look bad? It's the chimp's hands. It's what its hands look like. So rude.
Looks so wrong.
What's my favorite fictional planet you'd most want to live on? Gallifrey, because then I could steal a TARDIS.
Sanitize. Wash the hands. Nope. Yep. There we go. There we go. Clean those stinky chimpy hands. Clean those stinky chimpy. Oh, does that smell good? You want more? Here you go. And
especially right here, the hand looked.
I don't even understand that joke, H. Baird. I don't know Meghan Markle things.
So airbrushed. That is screaming.
What do you mean airbrushed? What? Thinks evidence is self-evident on the bingo card? Fenekagami says, Han, stop this furry slander. We're far too busy trying to indoctrinate your children into our fun cosplay hobby to waste time trying to trick you into believing animals aren't real. Hell, tons of furries don't have personas or animals that are even real. Or rather, tons of furries don't have personas of animals that are even real. I see what you're saying, because they do fantasy creatures.
Airbrush.
Don't appreciate him body shaming the chimp. Weird, right? It's rude. I'm rude on, like, behalf.
Not real life to me. That's airbrushed. So these are suits.
We're running low. Oh, there we go. Wash,
I
wash,
don't think
wash.
that they wanted to get very much.
Wait a minute, 1 second.
Ties.
On that suit.
Oh, yeah.
They weren't slathering it on, that's for sure. Well, yes, I believe this to be a fursuit. I believe that all chimpanzees are fursuits. I don't think that
The twist is that Hans has been a chimpanzee all along, or a bonobo. That's, if this was like an Andy Kaufman-esque bit, and he has been setting up the punchline for literal years, the best thing Hans could do would just be at the very last video of his, in the last, like, minute, be like, I'm gonna do a face reveal, and then he himself is a chimp.
Michael Jackson, like, there's a reason that Michael Jackson had a chimp pet.
I'm not touching this topic. Nope.
And
thought about it for a second, and then I was like, nope.
This lady that allegedly had her face ripped off, who knows that lady? Who actually knows that lady? Nobody. Why are there so many media stories about these creatures, and yet nobody will actually be able to get access to this creature in real life unless you're a special illuminated individual?
Let me look right now. I'm gonna go do like an incognito tab over on another thing and see, where could I schedule to meet a chimp? Unstable Deadbeat says, serious question, Hannah. What does he think is in the chimp suit? A child? Has he said and I missed it? Yeah. He's either said animatronics or occasionally he's implied it's little people. Yeah. So. Let me see. Pay to meet a chimpanzee. See where you can do this. Let's see. Here's a place. Here's a place. Here's a place. I'm gonna pull a few. Oh wow, lots of animal sanctuaries. Let's see. Here are various animal sanctuaries where you can go and meet chimps, and the money you pay will go towards conservation efforts, and they treat, you know, the animals ethically. At least one would hope. Save the Chimps, Chimp Haven, Project Chimps, Center for the Great Apes, which I believe that one is the Jane Goodall one. Like, you can go meet chimpanzees and other great apes if you would like. You just literally have to go do that. I notice conspiracy theorists do that a lot, where like, you can't even do this thing, but then they never even a little bit attempt to do that thing. Like, of course you can't do it, you're not trying to do it. Like, go do it then. MH Dark Beast with 44 months says, Viva La Hannah, another mark on the headboard of devotion. I know you love crypto, so this is for you, the cool Zuckerberg. Oh no. What is this? Mark Zuckerberg's sister sings to crypto. Randy Zuckerberg. Oh no.
We're all gonna make it.
Oh no. I also do crypto cringe streams. Haven't in a while, but this is making me miss it.
Yet, we're all gonna make it, everyone. By the different, we're all gonna.
I'm genuinely concerned if this is gonna make YouTube mad, because it's a parody, so I could like play it, and it's also fair use, but like, it's close enough that I'm a little afraid the bots are gonna try and F the YouTube stream, so.
If you're a regular human being, chimps can be your
We
life.
hit Crocodile of Wall Street cringe. That I can show you. Hold on. Motherfucking Crocodile of Wall Street. That's so bad. Where's the video? Here it is, I think.
Never forget, weirdest is most.
This is so terrible.
This song is for the entrepreneurs and hackers, all the misfits.
This is Razzlecon. She was indicted for being involved in allegedly laundering over $1 billion in crypto funds that were stolen. Just a thought. Just letting you know. H-Bird says she was Zuckerberg's sister. She comes off as a bit twisted. You could almost say she's, twisted sister.
Russell Khan, the Versace better win. Come real far, but don't know where I'm headed. Motherfucking Crocodile of Wall Street. Silver on my fingers.
Finally, a rapper who makes me feel like I can groove.
Email me. Fuck your message at the beep. 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 Spirit of a revolutionary, power of a dictator. Love to be contrary, but I'm fly like a gator. I've got pilot blood. I'm a real risk taker. Pirate riding the flood. Badass money maker. Grandmother crocodile. Weirder than an X-File. Brief fire.
She's in prison, right? What, is the rap that bad? No, I don't know. I don't know how that case went, or if she's under house arrest or actually in jail. I don't know. Fenekagami says, I literally had an EMT as a guest speaker to my nursing class in high school. He shared that he got the call mauled by an ape. A bunch of teenagers had a party at a house where the owners had an ape in the cage. They got the ape drunk, then decided it would be great to poke it with a stick. Sadly, the ape was destroyed by the cops. Jesus Christ. People suck.
So sexy when I slither, sparkle on my little finger, hell of arousal ear to ear, poised to throw a zinger, playing on their worst fear. Russell Khan, the Versace better win. Come real far, but don't know where I'm headed. Motherfucking Crocodile of Wall Street. Silver on my fingers and boots on my feet.
The world is a wonderful and horrifying disaster.
Life passion. You will never get access to a chimp if you're just a regular human being. You won't. The closest you might get is paying a ton of money to do some African excursion where you're getting a Disneyland experience, a run of them. Everybody.
Hans, I don't know this to be a fact or anything, but it wouldn't surprise me if there are like, at one point I know there were more tigers in captivity in the United States than in the wild. Might be true of chimps too. Does he think you need to go to another continent to see a chimpanzee in person? You do not.
Everybody gets the same thing. They go, here, let me tell you what they do, because they always do the same thing. they walk you around the forest for a long time until all the overweight Americans are hot and sweaty and complaining. And they really always make sure to walk you around for a long, long time. Oh, and then they magically find out where they are. You'll always be able to see the suits. because you're paying for that. And then you'll see the suits for a while, and then you leave. That's it. That's what the excursions are. You're paying money to be led around inside the rainforest for a while, and then taken to a spot where you know that the suits are hanging out that day. They all have their little...
They're paying to go see chimpanzees, and then they go see them, yep.
Walkie-talkies, and
MH Sharkbee says, I know you fear showing more than a second, but that wasn't her only song. Oh, God. No! She did a crypto hello? Oh, God, no.
Hello.
Why?
It's me.
No.
Would you like to learn about exchanging cryptocurrency?
The internet was such a mistake. The internet is the great filter. We found it.
They're playing with one another every day. Well, where are we gonna set out the suits today? Okay, make sure to walk your troops past location A. I'm sure if you kept going back, it would be like very obvious that they're doing the same thing. If somebody had the money to like keep going to the same guerrilla excursion day after day after day, I think it would become very clear that it's set up completely and that you're just being brought to some actors every day. So these pictures, I just took these off my website.
I didn't even know he had a website, first of all. Second of all, these are pictures of animatronic gorillas. I know I've gone over this before. Hans, there being an animatronic of something does not mean that the real thing doesn't exist. If I go to the Hall of Presidents at Disney World and see Abraham Lincoln, that doesn't mean real Abraham Lincoln didn't exist. They made an animatronic of it. That just looks like an actual, real chimp.
A friend gave me this picture. It's really, really interesting. What's going on under there? Under that nose? The nose.
Blood and stuff.
Nose. This actor looks chunky. That's a chunky
Why are we
fursuit.
body shaming the chimpanzees? This is so weird. Like, Hans is like, I don't want to fuck this chimpanzee at all. Okay. Alright. This is weird.
And it all started with Gargantua. They really tried to pass this off. I mean, it passed. Back in the day, this passed. They would never let a suit like this out today to take the spotlight. It's a bad suit by today's comparisons. Gargantua, Ringling Bros, the largest gorilla ever exhibited. Gargantua the Great, the world's most terrifying living creature. I mean, and they're not lying. There's a living creature under there, but it's just a human. Hope you enjoyed this video. God bless everyone.
Hans is doing great, huh? God, I pulled up so many things today. I like it especially when I, like, forget them and I'm like, oh yeah. Here, this is, oh, how about this? The submersible thing that happened last year. Here's a conspiracy about that.
This post here on Twitter and it got me thinking.
He's a creationist, he is. And a flat earther.
Zaraz says, I'm never going to forget how they launched an international search of the open ocean for 5 people on the submarine that went down to the Titanic. But all the 2 million people in Gaza got was 20 trucks, failed calls for a ceasefire.
To be fair, this isn't the conspiracy part. The guy doesn't think that the other thing happened. He's just using this tweet to start the conversation.
And American...
It's fair to point out the difference between rich assholes who got vaporized and actual groups of people suffering.
Think pieces about if they're even human in the first place. So it is a very interesting comparison to juxtapose. The submarine media coverage and the slaughter of all these innocent Palestinians.
Doesn't understand their problem is capitalism on the bingo card? We already had that, I'm pretty sure, but yep.
And the lack of media coverage. But I think there's more of a connection here than most people might think. So after pondering this a little bit, I thought back, a revelation I had stumbled upon. And that is that this image that was branded on everybody's mind, this very strange submarine shape, was identical to the images that we have of Solomon's Shamir.
Oh, God. I don't even know what to call this yet. It feels like a bingo space. Thing looks like other thing. No, we don't have that. I don't know.
And by images, I mean drawings. So these ancient drawings of Solomon's Shamir.
This is just pareidolia. Is that on the bingo card? Because this is that. Hold on, I gotta change the framing on this a bit.
Which was used to construct the first temple. The so-called temple. I'm not even sure if I want to call it that anymore. I want to play a little bit from my report that I put out about this topic. The first thing I thought when I actually saw this ship, the submarine,
We already had believes evidence is self-evident.
was that there's no way billionaires would hop onto this thing and think this was a good idea.
And as we all know, billionaires are all geniuses because we live in a meritocracy. Pause for comedic effect. So they never do stupid things, obviously.
I really don't...
No, they're dumb. They're dumb. That's the answer. Rich people can be dumb. Rich people often are dumb. A lot of people are dumb. And if you're insulated from consequences your whole life, you're probably not going to be great at, like, critical thinking skills. So yeah, they did it. It was stupid.
I don't even understand how this thing propels itself. It's such a stupid design, and that's the other thing I thought. I bet you there's some esoteric symbolism.
I bet you there's esoteric symbolism
behind this shape. Now, I didn't recognize it off the bat.
But I had a vibe, so I decided to go and try and fit evidence to the thing I already decided to believe.
But it turns out some sleuths on the internet did. Here we have Solomon's Shamir. You can see the very similar shape to the submarine.
Like a bagel?
And all the pictures had it
Schmear. It's a pun.
Tilted just like this second picture.
Fuck, now I want a bagel.
So if we go to the Wikipedia page on this, it has to do with King Solomon building the first temple in Jerusalem. According to the Asmodeus legend, the Shamir was given to Solomon as a gift from Asmodeus, the king of demons. That's kind of concerning.
Is it? Is it? Like in the real world, is that concerning to you?
So it says reference throughout the
Vibes-based conspiracy, absolutely.
Talmud and the Midrashim. The Shamir was reputed to have existed in the time of Moses as one of the 10 wonders created on the eve of the first Sabbath, just before Yahweh finished creation. Here's Statistics Diva on Twitter. Shamir is mentioned as one of the 10 things created on the Sabbath eve, before the completion
Lesbian
of the...
hot sauce, thanks for following. MH Darkbee says, people wonder why I seem to like sending Hannah brain-breaking stuff. Is it because I'm a masochist?
What? You gonna wash your hands? No, 'cause I'm evil.
That episode has... Oh, here's the clip. That is one of my favorite Justice League. Honestly, this is one of my favorite Dini-verse scenes of all time. In this episode, Lex Luthor and the Flash have done a Freaky Friday. They switched bodies. And Lex Luthor decides he wants to find out, he's like, I can find out the... You'll see. The clip will show it. I can find out the identity of the Flash.
Lex, you're having a difficult day. If nothing else, I can at least learn the Flash's secret identity. I have no idea who this is.
It's a great joke. Like, yeah, why would you just know? He's just a guy.
Act of creation. Shamir had the power to hew stones.
What is a Shamir? According to him, in Jewish mythology, it's a creature created by Yahweh in order to help build Solomon's temple. It's coming from a conspiracy theorist, so I don't know how accurate that is to the actual mythology. Fenekagami says, wow, people really do want to accept chaos theory and that death comes from everyone and many times in unexpected ways. Stromboli says, the voice actor for the Flash in that show was Lex Luthor in Smallville. We're watching Smallville. Baha and I are watching Smallville.
Which
great so far. Somebody save.
Were cut, quote, like a fig which splits open in some...
Seriously, Smallville, I never saw it before. And it's like a weird time capsule. Because I was born in 1994, so anytime, like, in Smallville, a music cue will fucking start, and I'll be like, oh my god, how many times did I hear this at, like, a middle school dance? It's just very funny. It's a good show, and I think the show really understands Superman. Like, I think it's great. It's just very funny to me that it's, like, the best, like, adaptation of Superman's origin I've ever seen, but it's juxtaposed with this very brutally early 2000s soundtrack, so you'll be listening and then it'll be like Five for Fighting suddenly, and you're like, oh my god! I'm more than a bird, I'm more than a plane. That should have been the theme song, except it was only played in one episode. No, that's not the Dean Cain one. You're thinking of, Lois and Clark, The New Adventures of Superman from the 90s.
Summer. And she concludes Occult ritual.
The ending will probably piss me off. That's a bummer. Eh.
I agree. I mean, the sub is so absurdly shaped. This is just absurd.
I mean, the ending is just gonna be he becomes Superman, right? Like, how would it piss me off? He'll become Superman.
So what they're saying is this is a worm.
Yeah, I've seen the scene from Crisis on Infinite Earths where they visit the Smallville Superman. It was good.
That had the power to cut through or disintegrate stone, iron, and diamond.
I thought they didn't do... Wait, how do you pronounce this? I just watched this episode of Superman the Animated Series where they break it down. Mixelict. I thought he wasn't in Smallville.
So apparently Moses...
Or at least that he wasn't a fifth-dimensional imp.
He used the Shamir to engrave the Hashen, stones that were inserted into the high priest's breastplate, whatever that means. So it has to do with the building of the first temple, Solomon's temple.
Mixia split lick.
So this is interesting. It says, for storage, the Shamir was meant to have been wrapped in wool and stored in a container made of lead. Any other vessel would burst and disintegrate under the Shamir's gaze. So maybe some parallels there with the story of the implosion of this nonsensical submarine sent down to the bottom of the ocean. But I stand by my assessment that this shape makes no sense for a submarine, and that no one in their right mind would design a ship this way.
Again, you're assuming competence. Why? Clearly they weren't. It failed catastrophically. I think you can fairly assume they were not competent. Like, we have documentation on this. We saw the emails, we saw the different documentation that showed that the guy who was in charge of this shit was warned by engineers many, many times that this was unsafe, and he just said, fuck you, I'm a billionaire, I know better than everyone. Like, if only there was some sort of commonly used historical event that could quickly summarize the hubris of man versus nature and its inevitable forces. Maybe James Cameron will make a movie about something like that someday.
So here's the last line. The Shamir was said to have either been lost or lost its potency. So maybe it waned. By the time of the destruction of the first temple at the hands of Nebuchadnezzar in 586 BC. So this is by far the best explanation I've heard so far as to why the ship was shaped that way. So who's reenacting these ancient stories in mythology around ancient temples in Jerusalem? I think this is significant evidence pointing towards the events that we're seeing in Gaza and in the West Bank having been pre-planned, and some people involved couldn't help but make a spectacle right before it happened with this.
Why do conspiracy theorists have to make me hate everyone?
What God wanted? High taxation.
Okay. So that's the sub guy. Let's take a look at the bingo card. Oop, that's the wrong button. Conspiracy theorists tells on themselves. Yeah, James Cameron knows his submarines. He does. He does. Satanic. Demons were mentioned earlier. Psyop. Correlation isn't causation. Doesn't understand problem is capitalism. Ancient wisdom, of course. We do have records in car. Where was that one? Did I miss that? It's at the top. Vibes-based conspiracy. Incorrectly believes evidence is self-evident. Hypocrisy. Recording in car. Spurious symbology. Anything else? That might be it. Logarth, thanks for 44 months. Not sure if I missed that. I think I did, though. Biden.
Welcome to Hollywood, California. A place where millions dream to make it big in the industry. But most only know about the outward appearance of
the bingo card is the same for the whole stream. So one stream, one bingo card.
Glitz and glam. A place where whatever gifts and talents you have could be used as a platform to skyrocket you to fame and fortune. But I just want you to take a walk with me as we start to scratch the surface of the dark side of Hollywood.
This guy is now my inspiration for some sort of D&D NPC in the future. I don't know what, but that voice is yoink. That's mine now. Sorry.
There's a lot of celebrities that know exactly what I'm saying is true. People don't know about the mansion parties where satanic rituals are performed by people in high places. They don't know about the pedophile rings that actually go on in the industry.
Sir, people are very aware of creeps in power using that power to harm people. They're aware it exists in lots of hierarchical structures and it needs to be fucking dealt with. In Hollywood that exists, and children are very vulnerable. In, like, churches, children are also vulnerable. These are all fucking problems that need to be dealt with. It's not satanic. It's just people being awful and using their authority in order to harm people who are exposed. People who are, what's the word I'm thinking of? Vulnerable.
A lot of you parents out there, you want to bring your children into Hollywood, you better watch it. A lot of people don't know what these celebrities and musicians go through when they want to get out and their life is threatened. A lot of people don't know there are some musicians and there are some actors that they were so hungry for fame and fortune they were blinded by the lights. Before they knew it, they were involved in a satanic ritual and seen things they never thought they would see. And now they're too terrified to back away. Because they found out the dragon is real.
The dragon? Fun. MH Darkby says, sorry, Nurse distracted me. I love the spin they did with Mr. Mixie on My Adventures of Superman, plus they had gay power couple.
I've been kidnapped by Bigfoot!
I can't play this. I'm on YouTube. Sorry. Can't play it. Logarth says, I keep having dreams where I am being chased by velociraptors from Jurassic Park. I always wake in cold sweat with my heart pounding. It pisses me off because I keep waking up before any of the good parts. I legitimately have Michael Myers dreams sometimes, or Freddy Krueger. Freddy Krueger nightmares aren't fun, because even if you realize you're dreaming, you're like, fuck, but he's Freddy Krueger, that's the whole point. That's not even a joke. I mean, it is a joke, but it's also based on that joke is based on real things in my life.
So you better make sure you pray for the celebrities to get saved. Because they need Christ as well. So take a walk with me down Hollywood Boulevard, and I want to show you what the Lord revealed to me in the spirit. Hollywood Boulevard. Millions flock here every year, staring at the ground, hoping to find their favorite celebrity star. But if you look past the glitz and glam and the flashing lights, I want you to see the occult, symbolism, and the declaration of Satan that's hidden in plain sight.
You see right there, you see the Anunnaki. That is not something made up, that is real. That is
It says it in Genesis, so obviously it's true.
real fallen angels that came down on the earth. You know what I'm saying? I want you to see.
I do not know what you were saying, no.
All the symbolism here is not by coincidence. It's all strategic by the enemy, by the illuminated ones.
Illuminati on the
bingo
card.
Devil. So you got the Anunnaki there. You got the pentagram stars here. But
those are stars, sir. That's not a pentagram. We use that to just symbolize a five-pointed star. It's a star. That's what people use that symbol to mean. Glad I could catch you up on how symbols are used by people in the modern day. Logard says, Alan, wake up. No hot raptor mommies in my area that want to meet me up are chasing me. No, let them catch. What are you? Why? Why did you make me read any of that? No!
There's even more than that. Come on, take a walk with us.
I'm so glad I'm not in the dinosaur onesie today.
And you wonder why your heart's so cold and you can't pray cause your mind's so frozen. They're putting spells on you, spells on you. Wake up, they're putting spells on you. Judgment is so near, you can feel it in the air. Tell them Jesus Christ is coming, but no one really care. War is declared, good against evil. People wake up, they're putting spells on you.
I'm screaming in the woods, if someone would listen. Trying to save a soul in the slum with addiction. Half the people that...
Any size dream catcher, any leather, any sports, what we're doing here is we're doing a breakdown of all the occult things here. It's a lot of occult.
Probably his song, yes. Oh, a juggle command. I can
things. You see what I'm saying? Like even when you're selling, you got the dream catchers, right? So you got he got the dream catchers. He got skulls. He got the one-eye symbolism.
Oh my God, guys! There are symbols everywhere. Hold on. This blanket's caught. Oh no. Found the third one. The problem with this kind of thinking is that symbolism is everywhere because humans use symbols. It's a part of how we think. Like, we attribute meanings emotionally and intellectual to symbols and objects, and those objects become symbolic by the things that we attach to them. If you start arbitrarily deciding that a certain thing always means evil and you see it everywhere, like, that's just paranoid. It's paranoia. Oh yeah, the juggle command.
You got the yin yang. This is involved with Santeria and Catholicism. You have all of these things, right? But if you notice in the middle, look at what they got. Again, this is the merging. This is the merging of all of these things together. All the occult things, they want to bring it all together. I just want to let you know, man, we are service to the Most High God.
Honestly, if I'm this guy, I'm like, can you, like, leave me alone? I'm trying to sell shit to tourists. Like, seriously, like, do you think I'm, like, wealthy? Like, this is my job. Leave me the fuck alone. Honestly, this is probably an easy day for him on, like, Hollywood Boulevard. This is probably the least, like, out there person he's talked to today.
I want to tell you, man, a lot of these things that you're selling, I don't know if it's just you personally or you work for somebody, but it's cursed objects. You see what I'm saying? And there's, you know, even if...
Have you considered that curses aren't real, sir?
Like, for example, when I got saved, me and the brothers I grew up with, we had to stop selling drugs. And because we knew it was wrong. And
okay, well, he's selling keychains, so I don't think those are equivalent.
Even though we suffered a little bit and we had to struggle,
at least we weren't selling drugs anymore. We weren't dabbling into sorcery. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to encourage you.
I don't know what
what's
you're
your
saying.
faith?
I'm selling keychains.
I'm a Christian.
You are a Christian. So think about this logically. And this isn't me
I don't know if you want to bring that into it.
throwing stones at you, because the Bible says my people perish because of a lack of, come on this side. It says my people perish because of a lack of knowledge. So maybe you didn't know. Maybe you didn't know how severe it was. But dabbing into this and being a part of selling this, what it does is it makes you compromise. You understand? Because think about it this way. You know King David, right? King David.
The guy that, like, fucked, like, I would argue, considering the power imbalance of he was the king and he was like, you need to, I saw you bathing naked on your roof, as you may have heard from the song. If you don't know, but if you're not, this is actually funny. I've never thought about this. I grew up Christian, so, like, I don't know if people who aren't Christian are necessarily aware of this. You know the song, when, da 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 da, I saw you bathing on the roof, da 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 da, hallelujah. In that story, King David sees some random lady bathing naked on her roof, and he's like, bring her to me, I want to have sex with her. So effectively, King David in the Bible uses his power as the king to R-word a woman because he wants to, and that's, the song is alluding to that, and then he's like, fuck, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna send her husband, who is out at war fighting for me right now, to the front line so he dies and then she'll be mine. Like, this is the guy that this guy is referencing right now. Like, I don't know if you want to be like, King David did this and that. King David's a goddamn creep. Like, maybe cite literally anyone else. I don't know. Just a thought. Wife of one of his generals? Thank you.
Would fight like the Philistines and those that worship Dagon. You ever heard of Dagon?
Dagon is a fictional Lovecraftian entity. Is Dagon the one from the deep ones? No, Dagon. Which one was Dagon in? It's definitely a Lovecraft thing, right? It's funny to me when they, like, take Lovecraft stuff, because, like, Lovecraft is, relatively recent? Anyway.
Okay, well, he was a
It is
false
in the Bible, too? Okay. Thank God.
god that the Philistines...
I'll take a little bit. We're half a point less crazy, so I'll take it. God dang it. A certain search app on my phone thought I was trying to activate it with a voice, but I was not. Dagon was an actual god. Lovecraft stole the name. Makes sense.
worship.
Thanks, brother.
David would not sell these things. Why? Why wouldn't David sell?
David was an R-wordist.
Pagan artifacts.
So I don't care what, like, what are you're using David as a moral example?
But no, even beyond that, though, because he knew it was...
Did he just say David was gay? Like, I know that's a joke because of his relationship with his friend that gets made, but...
Sell these things, why? Why wouldn't David sell pagan artifacts?
He's a king.
But no, even beyond that, though, because he knew it would offend who? It would offend the Lord God.
I don't see how any of this offends God.
These things are from other religions, and they're paganism. So if you say you're a Christian, but yet you sell things that are...
So you can only sell, like, bracelets with crosses on them? Like, most of this stuff isn't from other religions. It's generic whatever shit.
And so now you're judging me, so you can go ahead and leave.
Okay, well...
Watch the demon rise up. Is he about to get mad?
Repent, okay? Because the Lord is coming back.
Right.
And you can't say you're a Christian but not act like a Christian.
Right, there you
okay,
go.
Repent. Love you.
Half the people that I talk to, I know my prescription. And every Halloween, children coming up missing. And why you having fun with religion? I'm fighting witches that perform spells using blood from a chicken. I never take back what I say, cause I meant it, man.
We don't use the blood of a chicken in our religious rituals. We symbolically drink wine that's representative, or literally transmutates, depending on the sect of your religion, into the blood of our Savior. That's normal, okay?
Watch your mouth, don't play with the veteran. Your favorite rapper in the Maybach, but to get daddy at the strip and lay in the pentagram. The devil's his lies are common. You ain't got Christ in your heart, there lies the problem. Better realize and solve them.
Let's talk about this whole...
I like that he just takes pauses to just play his shitty QAnon music.
This whole place.
Upside down crosses aren't a satanic symbol. Well, any symbol can be used for anything. I've certainly seen it used in that context because pop culturally it's been identified as such, but it's a Catholic symbol. The upside down cross is a Catholic symbol. St. Peter. St. Peter's cross. Because Peter was crucified upside down because he believed that being crucified right side up would be too close to Jesus, so he wanted to be crucified upside down. At least that's how the story goes.
You can't come down here and play games. You can't come down here and blend in. If you're a believer, you have to know what time it is. You see what I'm saying?
He would probably say Catholics are satanic. Fair enough.
A lot of occult things here. The witchcraft is heavy. So if you look here, you got the obelisk. Right here, you got 1 and 2 obelisks. You see that? Now, it's not a coincidence that you find an obelisk in Rome and Washington.
Doesn't understand architecture on the bingo card. It's another neoclassical misunderstanding. What is this thing? Why thing? Man, it's almost like you could actually look that up and wonder why is this a symbol that is used all over the place? What is it? Why do we have these? If only that curiosity was real and not a rhetorical device, it'd be so nice. Where did that go?
In London, okay, and it stems back to the Egyptian false gods. But then, if you notice, look at the dragon. You see the dragon right there on the door? Look at the imagery to the right and to the left.
It's the Grauman's Chinese theater. It has symbols of a dragon because it's supposed to evoke an Eastern style dragon.
You see that? So this lets you know that the dragon is watching over all the pentagram stars.
The dragon is watching over all the pentagram stars. I feel like you're skipping a lot of steps. How are you connecting these things? That's a complete non sequitur. You said, look, dragon, and there are stars. The dragon is looking over the stars. You didn't connect those things. You just said it.
It's all way different than what they make it out to be. It all makes sense if you walk in the spirit and you can see. Because now look, the dragon governs over the stars of Hollywood. That's really what they're saying. That the dragon, and see how the people this all day long, they walk.
Literally, it's just a tacky tourist trap. It's fine. It's not evil. It's just tacky. It's fine.
On the stars, they stop and look at their maps and they take pictures and they're standing in the pentagram all day long. It's all witchcraft. So, as we're venturing on, we're going to expose these things for what they are, okay? And so you are to judge every matter righteously according to the word of God. So I needed y'all to see what these celebrity stars are. These people have been initiated. You can't just get these. You have to do certain things.
You pay for them. You pay for a Hollywood Walk of Fame space. I forget how much exactly it costs. It's in the tens of thousands of dollars. A lot of the time, fan clubs for certain celebrities will do it, or a studio will do it as a promotional cost for a movie coming up or something. You literally just pay for them. You apply and you pay for them.
You have to walk through certain spiritual doors and do certain wicked ceremonies to get these. You see what I'm saying? It's not a game. So as you can see, the dragon governs over the stars. It's not, they can masquerade China, man's Chinese theater, the oldest theater around here, right? And, but really...
Real Realcast, thanks for 36 months. Ooh, that's a sub baby, and holy shit, a 3rd anniversary. This sub baby's name is going to be Biggest, Stinkiest Baby in the Galaxy is the name of this sub baby. Realcast says, what's a great way to end my week? And with a sub baby, no less. Well, there you go. It's yours now.
It's the dragon governing over Hollywood. Make no mistake about it. So I want to bring all this together.
Can we please not do this? Okay, it's just a brief thing.
So you can see it in the spirit. Hollywood Boulevard is one of the most famous places millions of people a year flock looking for their favorite celebrity star or pentagram. But nobody ever puts the pieces together and sees what's hidden in plain sight. So I want to show you the mystery. Turn to the Holy Book of Revelation, chapter 12. Look at what it says in verse 3. And there appeared another wonder in heaven, and behold, a great red dragon.
Yes, dragons appear in mythologies all around the world. That doesn't make them a real thing. They aren't even depicted the same in different cultures. They're just similar enough that they broadly fall into the category of dragon. This is a conspiracy thing, by the way, in general. Taking, God, is it called syncretism? I don't remember the exact wording, but it's basically saying this thing mentions this mythical creature and this other text mentions this mythical creature, so therefore it must be real because multiple separate texts are mentioning it. So they're all mentioning the same thing, not even necessarily a fictional construct, but they're mentioning the same thing, so it's all a real thing.
Having 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 crowns upon his heads.
You could probably get approval for a star is like complex the way you probably get approved for a star is probably like complex rituals. Human sacrifice is probably simpler than getting approved, than getting permitting approved quickly in LA. Whew.
And his tail drew the 3rd part of the stars of heaven, and did cast them to the earth. You notice that the angels who were deceived and followed Satan, who was known as Lucifer, were cast out of heaven with him and fell to the earth. Notice that celebrities are called stars, and notice that it is stars they place on the grounds in Hollywood Boulevard.
Yeah, it's because that's a word that's used to refer to them. It's an analogy to stars in the sky because people see stars in the sky. People all over the place can see them, and they're like above us. So symbolically, celebrity, lots of people see them from afar and admire them. They're a star. It's language. It's not evil. It's not a spell. It's just how we use language to describe things that are a bit abstract.
This is what they're hiding in plain sight. The dragon across the street is the representation of Satan. I want you to see the parallel. As above, so below. The same way Satan deceived 1/3 of the angels to cast them down, and they were called stars, is the same thing he's doing now with mankind. Many men, women, and sadly even young children are already being indoctrinated and bowing their knee to Satan in the industry. They have to get involved with very wicked rituals. If only you knew the things they have to do behind closed doors to get their name on that star at the feet of the dragon. But it's nothing but a reflection that the same way the devil drew 1/3 of the angels with him, he's taken a whole lot of people with him just the same. So when you see people looking around for their favorite celebrity, know this: That celebrity had to do some things to let it be known that they are one that bowed their knee to the dragon. And it is not a coincidence that right down the street in Hollywood Boulevard, you have the inscription of the Anunnaki on the wall.
Anunnaki!
These are the Nephilim and the fallen angels. They are letting you know that the
Giants on the bingo card. Nephilim are giants. That counts.
Illuminati is governed by the principalities and powers. The fallen angels rule over Hollywood. This is the reason why you have the Hollywood Hills. Because to get your name on a star at the feet of the dragon in Man's China's theater, you have
Grauman? Isn't it? Am I crazy? Is it not Grauman's Chinese theater? Am I Mandela affecting myself? Because he keeps saying Man's. I thought it was Grauman's for some reason.
Have to submit.
Like, I'm willing to take that L. I'm just, like, legit confused.
And bow your knee to him. Now, my word for any celebrities out there that happen to secretly
It's changed a few times.
watch this video is that you can get out. If you sold your soul, you can take it back and give it to Jesus Christ, Yeshua the Messiah. For when he died on the cross and rose from the dead, he spoiled all principalities and powers. Stop being afraid of their threats.
What threats? What are you talking about?
It would be better that you die and go to heaven than live to be old and more than likely be Satan is a traitor anyway.
Not a fan of the martyr complex. That's not healthy.
He'll still turn his back on you anyways. He'll still betray you. Saints of God, this is the hidden mystery they have right in front of our faces. And when the Holy Spirit of God revealed this to me, I knew.
It was originally called Grauman's Chinese Theater. It was renamed Man's Chinese Theater in '73 and reverted to its original name in 2001. Gotcha.
I had to get this video to you.
Well, that clears it up. We were both right.
So as you see, this is a mockery. That Satan is boasting about taking men, women, and children and putting them under his feet inscribed in pentagram stars because they paid homage and they performed rituals and they finally proved to the
TCL Chinese Theater. Nah, I'm gonna stick with Grauman's.
Dragon that they're all in for him. And you notice though in Revelation 12,
it's like the Sears Tower. Like, I'm not gonna call that whatever the fuck they're calling it now. That's the Sears Tower.
If you keep
or like the Tappan Zee Bridge. Like, that's... No, I'm not gonna call it whatever the fuck the stupid new name is. Oh god, I'm a boomer! I'm a boomer!
Reading in verse 4, it says, And the dragon stood before the woman which was ready to be delivered, for to devour...
It'll always be the Crypto.com arena to me.
her child as soon it was born. The industry in Hollywood has some of the most biggest secret pedophile rings ready to devour children. Can't you see it? And he makes war with Christ in every movie and show. Why is it the name of Jesus Christ has to be used in almost every single movie in blasphemous ways?
Okay, sure, because in English, saying, like, Jesus Christ as an expletive is incredibly common and virtually everyone does it. So, that's why. Because it's how people talk.
Because the same way Satan wages war against Christ in the heavens, he is waging war against Christ in the industry.
World's youngest boomer. John Doyle's younger than me.
In movies and in the digital realm. And for you Christian producers and you Christian media people out there, you better repent for bowing your knee to the dragon and using Christ as a cloak to make it look like you're a Christian producer. And I want to say to the Christian producers out there that are standing firm, that refuse to bow their knee, the Christian actors that refuse to get in movies they're not supposed to, that refuse to get involved with people they're not supposed to. I salute you and I love you. Saints of God, you better wake up. This is real. Let us pray. Father God, in the name
Oh
of...
God, he's got a whole prayer. I feel like in the Bible, Jesus is like, don't pray in public because it's fake and you're trying to self-aggrandize. I feel like this is the internet equivalent of that.
The Lord Jesus Christ. Thank you, Lord, that you came.
Moving on. There's an arena in Portland that used to be called the Rose Garden because Portland is Rose City. Now it's the Moda Center. Insurance company bought the naming rights. You can guess which name I still use. That's funny.
This is Rise Together News. I was 4 years old. I remember watching the funeral of President John F. Kennedy with my mother on our black and white TV. I saw the little boy. I asked my mother why everybody was so very sad. She said because the Kennedys were the closest thing to royalty that people in America knew. And maybe it's that memory that was triggered when I saw David Quigley and recognized him as John F. Kennedy, Jr.
That's not John F. Kennedy Jr. even a little bit. John F. Kennedy Jr. was a different guy who died, I believe, in 1999 in a plane crash. Yeah. For those who genuinely don't know what JFK Jr. looks like, I should show you. JFK Jr. This was JFK Jr. He looks like the son of JFK. He looked like this. This is what he looks like. It's not the guy she's showing. That's not JFK Jr. even a little bit. Dead celebrity is actually alive on the bingo card. Yes. Mobster double faker, not President Kennedy's son. Oh boy, if you don't like mobsters, wait until you hear about the rest of the Kennedy family. QAnon was referenced earlier in a song, I believe, so yes, QAnon reference. Is she gonna talk more, or is it just music?
Big kid.
Okay. Oh god, what?
Our very own government jail. The child. My name is David Keith Quigley. I did not ask for that name. The child traffickers within our federal government gave me that name.
I see. I understand. So it seems like this guy... Ooh, someone has bingo? I will take a look in a second. Send me your bingo card. Seems like this guy probably has a mental illness where he delusionally, genuinely believes that he is JFK Jr. and that he has been kidnapped as a child and given a new identity. I've seen other people with delusional disorders who have very similar beliefs that they were like stolen as children or the government has done something to their identities. So that's very sad. This guy's, again, probably mentally ill. And then other conspiracy theorists have seen him and grabbed onto it and be like, see, this must be real, even though unfortunately they're just sort of co-opting this guy's delusions. Sad. Alright, let's look at Jade's card. Staggering levels of hypocrisy. Loud minority thinks they're a silent majority. We did not have that one. We did not have loud minority thinks they're a silent majority, to my knowledge. My research said by a not researcher. Don't remember that either. Dead Celebrities Actually Alive did have that, and Really Wants a Civil War didn't have that either, to my knowledge. So you missed a lot. Oop, didn't mean to do that. Missed your bit. Sorry, Fenekagami. Fenekagami said, saying Jesus' name was as a swear isn't blasphemy. Saying Trump is like the second coming of Jesus is blasphemy. Calling yourself God is blasphemy.
After my father was executed by people within our very own government, JFK, the murders did not stop.
Jesus,
Was
poor
the
guy.
mark placed me?
It's a shame that instead of getting help, his delusions were co-opted. Very fucking unfortunate.
I want you to get together.
What would living be like in the Millennial Kingdom, says Christian Soldier? Well, from what I understand...
This guy believes that... Oh, this is like some rapture doctrine stuff. How do I get into this? He believes that the rapture belief of Jesus' millennial reign has already happened, and we are living in basically the post-apocalypse after Jesus already reigned and stuff. So this is him talking, I guess, about what he thought it was like under Jesus' reign. So cool. Let's hear.
And there'll be...
I assume this is gonna... This isn't on the bingo card yet, but I'm assuming it might get Tartarian. Don't know for sure, though.
Those who were martyred for Jesus' sake will be resurrected into glorious, very, very, maybe perhaps immortal bodies, which were far more advanced than ours, probably in thought capability as well, highly connected to spiritual realms and concepts too. Almost like gods among men is what the first resurrected would become. And there was likely survivors of Armageddon or Tribulation that would have made it into the Millennial Kingdom who also would have extended life, but they would still be mortal and die and have children and have to continue normally, but I think they would have had an extended lifespan.
H-Beard says, as a millennial myself, I'm looking forward to our reign.
I imagine there still would have been enemies of Christ around during
We don't
that
have rapture on the bingo card.
time, and there would have been probably wars initially, and I don't think everything would have been hunky-dory.
Wars and rumors of wars, that never happens.
Imperfect immediately. I think Unexpected Cosmology has some amazing work on that, talking about the European wars that happened, supposedly, you know, in the established...
The European wars that supposedly happened is certainly a sentence, isn't it? Michelle Gladio says, conservatives and conspiracy theorists believe that our government has a deep state with the internal politics of a Frank Herbert novel, and it's bonkers. I think it was hilarious if it didn't also have a dire real-life consequence. Maybe I still think it's a little hilarious.
Of Britain, and it's talking about Merlin, you know, the myths of the Knights of the Round Table, talking about the white dragons and the red dragons. And he's...
Again, that's mytho-historical. Like, it's not... Like, dragons weren't real. It's mythology intertwined with, like, actual history. Or at least thematically history, if that makes sense.
Saying this was all allegory to describe the war of Jesus coming from heaven against the established leadership of the time, you know, the pagan...
So you think Arthurian lore is a secret story about Jesus?
Leadership of the...
Interesting.
Time as well.
Hydrate.
And that was fascinating, and I think he believes, and I don't know the validity of this yet, I want to get him on to talk about it, because it sounds so interesting, but I think he believes that the Saxons, which we're told were...
Oh my goodness, there was another juggle command I missed.
Tribe. A northern Germanic land tribe of, you know, going
oh my god,
through,
Red Dragon!
Germany to Belgium up to...
I recognize that picture. From a movie.
Dutch provinces, all that kind of region. This tribe known as the Saxons. You look into it and it says, the Saxons had no written language or much advancement in terms of civilization. That's all you really hear about them. And it's like, what kind of culture existed during that time that didn't have a language written down? Everybody had a language of some kind.
Not a written language? Do you think that written language was universal? Oh my god.
But what he's postulating is, no, the Saxons were the armies of Christ who came and took over England, you know. But then obviously there are questions
like
about
the
all
written
that.
word is a relatively new like development in human civilization. Human civilization is not that old, goddammit.
Well, who were the Vikings then who made a war with them not long afterwards and all this type of thing, like 400 years later? And you know, there's a lot of history that does need sense making, but then I think you have to consider the chronology of things. They have been messed up and the timings of all these things. You know, you're told first Saxons and then a few hundred years later Vikings, but what if it was first Saxons, then 1,000 year later Vikings, and that time period was actually a lot longer than we think? This is what I'm saying. Like, what if it really is because of the many timelines that exist and the poor dating of things? It is, you could speculate more than actually know the truth about particular timings. So, I've heard that before. So maybe it wasn't all peace immediately, but once it was established, I think it came to the point, you know, where it would have been a pretty nice time to be alive. Certainly. A lot more knowledge, things would have been known that were previously unknown, because you could literally go to Jesus himself and ask him, you know.
Hey Jesus, is cereal soup?
For the
God damn it.
Information and the truth on matters. The truth would
Jesus, what's the identity of the Joker?
have been well.
It can't be.
Well established. You'll say
Bong the Ripper, thanks for 27 months. This sub-baby's name is going to be Bat God.
Satan would have been bound.
Look it up.
So there would have been no adversary out there stirring the
Jack Napier.
pots and causing rebellion and division. You know, it would have been quite a prosperous time for all of humanity. And in that time, where you've got the time, 1,000 years.
This is a very common conspiratorial trope, which also shows up in conservatism and fascism. Fun fact, this idea of an idealized past, like this golden era that we just need to go back to, a natural state of being in which humans universally flourish. Like, it's nonsense. It's a utopian ideal that, like, has never been a thing. It's a fictional, like, mental construct.
Quite a while, you know, where you have these abilities.
In this case, he's mixing it with a lot of, like, rapture, Christian stuff that he's warping into his own meaning.
These perfect bodies that live for a lot longer. Sickness is gone, you know, and your virility is through the roof, you know, and your ability...
Your virility? What? Hold on.
A while, you know, where you have these abilities and these perfect bodies that live for a lot longer. Sickness is gone, you know, and your virility is through the roof, you know.
I'm telling you, half this shit is just baked in under 10,000 feet of weird insecurities that they're working through.
And your abilities are just tenfold, and your ability to learn is longer because you have longer to learn things. Then it would have been you probably would have put that time, because you didn't have to work really for money anymore in the sense where, you know, people...
I don't know, sounds like communism to me.
Probably would.
Again, I've talked about this before. Isn't it weird that when, like, weird right-wing conspiracy theorists imagine their ideal society, they basically just independently develop communism? Like, you know what I mean? Like, they're like, what if we all just lived in a community where we all just helped each other?
Weren't starving or homeless. I assume there was many mansions in this time, you know, but I imagine people would have put their time into pursuing the creative arts to venerate the beauty of God's creation and the gift bestowed upon them to live during a time of peace, you know. And would you build beautiful buildings during that time, which would have taken a long time to get all the details right, all the flourishes and the intricacies and the patterns into the stonemasonry and the work to master the crafts behind all of that? And, you know, I'm not talking about Freemasonry here, the false builders who so-called claim ownership of such things under this paradigm.
Do they, or is that a thing you made up? Basically, in the Tartaria on the bingo card, by the way, this is Tartaria, even if he hasn't said the word. This is a conspiracy where they believe that, again, I've never heard anyone else call it the Millennial reign, but there is a belief that there was, like, an old society that we don't have the history of, that was destroyed, that was hyper-advanced, and there was like a great reset that made everyone forget all about it. It's, again, this idealized past that they harken back to and sort of rhetorically gesture at as what they want the world to be. Kind of like Atlantis a little bit. It's got shades of that, yes.
I mean, this kind of concept, but not the
Assassin's Creed. If you've played the Assassin's Creed games, Assassin's Creed.
parasitic secret society Masons, but people who just worked with stone because they had time to learn that kind.
Oh, and they believe that the people who later dug up and found the buildings and stuff of this ancient era, they believe that they took them and pretended they made them with masonry, but in reality, the masonry, they didn't make it. They didn't pay for it. That masonry was free, so they became Freemasons. I am not joking. That is where these people think the etymology of Freemasonry came from, that they found masonry that was free. I'm not joking. They believe this. They have said this. Incorrect word etymology is evidence on the bingo card.
Kind of thing during the Millennial reign. Those type of Masons, you know, real stone Masons, not mystery school religion Masons who exist today, you know. I imagine they would build beautiful buildings and make beautiful artwork and sing beautiful songs. You know, what else would you know, build beautiful lives? I imagine that's the type of world it would be if it was a physical kingdom on the earth ruled by God himself.
It was free real estate.
And again, this is the argument. Do we see remnants of this? And people argue as well, you know, well, a lot of these buildings seem to have pagan iconography all over them, goddess worship, and the veneration of pagan deities, and demons are on outside, things like gargoyles as well. And I just can't believe Jesus would allow such things to be on his temples. And it's kind of like, well, humans like to document things and create...
Sorry, I was just looking at something.
Immortalized statues to remember things, including the bad stuff. And it's possible this artwork we see on buildings is trying to tell a story. Sure, it might be pagan in iconography, but is that not our history? It's where we came from, not where they were during that time. And would they not create the story of human history and the false gods into artwork so they could look at it?
That's interesting. So he sees what he views to be pagan iconography, but he doesn't believe it's in celebration of what he perceives to be paganism, but about historical. Interesting. This guy has a very interesting worldview. A lot of the times there's a pretty, you know, for a certain specific conspiracy, there's of course, like any belief, individual differences and sects. But, like, this is out there. I've not heard this particular interpretation of this kind of thing before. It's interesting.
And always remember the past and say...
Confederate statue logic. That's a good way to put it.
We used to follow those false idols, but now we know the truth. Could it be possible that's what happened? Could it also...
No, because that's not how people work. That's not what people do.
Also be possible that what people call goddess idols and worship things on top of the churches, you know, and all over the place. Oh, well, that's clearly a representation of Tammuz or Isis or something. It's goddess worship. It's wrong. It's evil. Jesus wouldn't allow that. All these statues of women everywhere, you know, and it's clearly goddesses. That's clearly Athena or something like that. It says, well, what if it isn't? What if they are literally just self-portraits of the perfected humans who lived during the Millennial reign? What if it was them? What if you're looking at these perfected humans who just had the time?
You might not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like. This is the ideal human form, okay? This is it. That goddamn crown cut.
And the skills and the intense ability to create such things just to represent themselves. And today, from our perspective, we call them goddesses or statues of gods and goddesses in some way. I don't know, you know. Another explanation would be, well, once Satan's kingdom takes over, once he's released for his little season, you know, and Jesus goes with the saints to the camp of saints and takes a back foot and allows Satan to take over and have his season as it's written to be.
I've never understood that. Why? Why would that be a thing?
Would Satan not perhaps create things to pervert what was there and left behind by the kingdom by putting demons all over stuff? And who knows? But also you have to understand, symbolically, gargoyles and demons on the outside of cathedrals is supposed to be symbolic of the outside world is full of evil and darkness and treachery and terrors, but inside the cathedral it's beautiful, it's peaceful, it's glorious, and it glorifies the kingdom of God. And that was kind of the point. It's kind of like come out of the darkness into the light type of stuff. I'm not trying to sound like a Gnostic like that. I'm just talking about it more.
Oh, this
in
guy
a biblical
fucking hates Gnostics. Hates them with a passion.
sense of, the world.
He had a whole video on it, and I was going to cover it, but there's not much to say. It was pretty funny, because he was basically like, Gnostics are so stupid. They think God is evil and that Satan is good. And that's not true, because that's not what the Bible says. And, like, that's just not true. You guys are dumb. You're so stupid. You're so stupid. Like, that's basically the whole video. It's so funny. Because, like, you can't really falsify that statement, if you're like, I think the God of the Bible is actually the bad one, and the Bible is a perversion. Like, you can't falsify that statement, because we're talking about, in my view, fictional things anyway. But he was so mad. Like, at the very thought that someone might perceive things that way. And he's just like, no, you're dumb. You're the worst. It's pretty funny.
Worldly stuff is evil. Yes, the world out there has demons influencing things and false gods and idols come out of the world and come to Christ. And symbolically you can do that through the architecture. The outside world, the outside facade of the architecture is full of evil iconography, but come inside and it's a glorification of God. So you could argue that as well, but I think all those arguments are valid to justify that common question I get. Why all the evil pagan iconography? Well, A, people could have just been simply documenting history, not venerating idols, but remembering the past so they can know where they are and where they came from by putting it in stone. B, they may actually just been self-portraits of godly people who lived during that time who were in perfected bodies that from our perspective now look like gods and goddesses. Or C, they are gods and goddesses of a pagan type and demonic, and they were put there by Satan at the beginning of his little season to pervert.
Those are the only explanations, by the way. Cashel Gladio with 100 bits says, Gnostics inspired a whole generation of Japanese role-playing games by asking, what if God was a fraud and also kind of a dick? Sume with 43 months says, sup all, finally free for once. Well, welcome, it's been a while. Hope you're doing well.
The past. So there are explanations and answers for these questions. It just takes a little bit of speculation, because again, this is highly speculative. But it can't be discounted. I just personally, I cannot just discount it and chuck it to one side. I really can't. We have to work it through. We really do. And at the same time, I like history, I've talked about history plenty of times on my channel, and I'm talking about it in a way that does go against the Millennial Kingdom theory, because I'm not 100% invested that the Millennial Kingdom thing is 100% true. We can't possibly be, and I'm not willing to discount documented history that we do have that, if we follow it correctly backwards, then that means all this stuff would have happened during the Millennial Kingdom, if we want to go by the Millennial Kingdom stuff, So something has to be wrong if you want to believe the Millennial Kingdom, but maybe it is all accurate. Maybe our history is accurate, and maybe the Millennial Kingdom hasn't happened yet as well. I am open to that, and it's clearly stuff did happen in the past, which was documented, and we have the archaeological evidence for, and we are told it happened in, 900 AD.
Fuck, look at that Chase Bank. Satan put that up for sure.
Or 125 AD or something. During these times where we're told from this theory's perspective, the Millennial Kingdom should have been happening. But what if we've just been lied about the dates of these events? So it's kind of like it says the rest of the dead are resurrected after the millennial reign. And the arguments are, well, is that an immediate resurrection, or is that right at the end? But then we have to answer that question. So who are we then if this is a little season? Are we the resurrected or the rest of the dead that didn't know Christ prior, resurrected to live during little season? Or are we the descendants of the people who lived through the little season who didn't have...
Whenever I hear conspiracy theorists talk about this and trying to speculate, like, what effectively comes down to, what are we? Why are we here? It just makes me feel very sad, because you can tell that they're very uncomfortable in the world, which is understandable. The world isn't a very fun place a lot of the time. But instead of kind of trying to navigate that in a realistic way that's nuanced and difficult, but realistic, they do this. It's a shame.
Perfected bodies, but maybe had longevity, you know. Are we those or are we them? Or is it a bit of both? You know, and what if it literally is? People were living a certain way, a certain life, a certain history with events happening. Then as soon as the Millennial Kingdom came, all that stopped. And then as soon as the Millennial Kingdom left, they picked up exactly where they left off. And what if it's not that the Dark Ages, as we call them, the medieval period, was actually the millennial reign of Christ? What if the millennial reign of Christ, 1,000 years, has simply just been removed? And they've just continued on as though it never happened, and just don't include those 1,000 years in our history. So the 2,024 years of history we have documented is accurate, but really it was 3,024 years of history.
I don't even know how to argue with the fake history people. Like, what do you say? No? Come on, cabbage guy. This isn't about cabbages, to my knowledge. This entire video? Oh god, what
That's a nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Today, we're going to be talking about a very strange event. I never really heard of it, and I couldn't find any videos dedicated to the subject matter, so I thought it would make for an interesting video with everything going on nowadays, and
oh god.
And so that we could all investigate further. This was actually sent to me by a subscriber, so shout out to him. Not sure if he wants me to say his name or not, but thank you for sending this info, as I would have never found out about it. With that, let's get started. On a rainy evening in October 1903, according to the mainstream account, a sewer in Waterloo, Iowa
Can we do Armored Skeptic next? I guess.
Transformed into what is perhaps the strangest banquet hall ever conceived by man. This event was so unusual that it became famous during its time, with photographs showing these sewers, or what could be termed an underground tunnel, decorated for a grand feast for what seems to be very important people. This story made its way into the newspapers and even abroad, including England. According to the story, this event took place on October 14th, 1903. Banquet given in sewer. League of Municipalities entertained in the storm drain in Waterloo. Entertained?
Officials and businessmen of Waterloo this evening gave a banquet to the League of Iowa Municipalities in the dry run sewer, an immense storm drain constructed to prevent the city from floods. The drain is 3,380 feet in length, 12 feet high, 12 feet wide. It's dry except with heavy rain when heavy rains cause floods. A section of the sewer 400 feet in length was set apart for the banquet. A long table was spread to accommodate 350 persons. Mayor Jones of Toledo was one of the speakers. Others were Attorney General Mullen of Iowa, Mayor J.C. Williams of Oskaloosa, and prosecuting attorney Sherman T. Mears. So it's just like a dinner in a weird environment. Sewers makes it sound like there's waste. It's not. It was a storm thing that was dry. So, just a unique place to have some kind of fucking dinner.
Waterloo, Iowa, October 14th. The city officials and businessmen of Waterloo this evening gave a banquet to the League of Iowa Municipalities in the dry run sewer, an immense storm drain constructed to protect the city from floods. The drain is 3,385 feet in length, 12 feet high, and 12 feet wide. It is dry except when heavy rains cause floods. A section of the sewer 400 feet in length was set apart for the banquet. A long table was spread to accommodate 850 persons. Mayor Jones of Toledo was one of the speakers. Others were Attorney General Mullen of Iowa, Mayor J.C. Williams of Oskaloosa, and Prosecuting Attorney Sherman Mears of Waterloo. Now, I find it very interesting because most of the articles in the modern day don't really mention how many people were coming to this event in the sewer. So let's just say they did construct it and they thought it was a great accomplishment. Even so, it's very bizarre. Why would you want to go down there and have a dinner?
It's unique, it's a novelty. That's the whole point. You're looking for an answer where there isn't a deeper one. It's novel.
Unless this is something that has been done before by these elite groups, participating in some type of meeting in underground hidden places.
It's so underground and hidden, they took photos and published it in the paper.
Even the news articles state quite clearly that this event was for officials and politicians, higher players that would come from many different places just to see the sewer. And why did they build this massive sewer in a small town in Iowa?
They literally said in the article it's like a storm thing, so if it floods, the water will go through this thing instead of flooding the goddamn town. Pay attention.
Well, the story is that there were several floods, even one in 1880 being described as a deluge. Dry Run Creek flowed through Waterloo, and apparently it wasn't always dry. There's a newspaper report discussing how the dry run became a mighty torrent of floods, that this also led to someone's death, and that this dry run was actually the bed of some ancient stream. This flooding was a big problem, and it happened again in 1902. The creek rose over 3 meters in just a few minutes.
Speed 'em up. Hold on.
They knew this was going to be a problem, and they needed to solve this issue. Which, obviously, that's the mainstream story, but I find it strange that we see the same narrative in many different cities. There were massive floods, and they either needed to raise the streets, or there's some type of extensive underground system beneath the city. In August of 1900, there was a newspaper discussing the proposal to construct a very substantially built sewer, and it literally says that this should do its service for centuries. Now, they do have construction photos in some of these early newspapers, but I find it weird because we really only get a few, and it's already basically done, or it's questionable whether this is really the same exact sewer, as it looks different in the photos provided, and even from inside the banquet. I mean, this is a massive tunnel.
Do you think that the entrance to the tunnel is the whole tunnel? Oh my god. Ugh.
The proposal said, quote, that the walls are to be of rock about 2.5 feet thick and 5 feet high. On these is to rest an arch, also of rock and about 2 feet thick. Inside is to be 10 feet wide and 10 feet high. The bottom to be paved similar to our street pavement, except that Portland cement is to be used for filling between the brick. The bottom is to be concave so as the better to carry off ordinary sewage which will be admitted at each cross street. End quote. And that sounds great and all, but think about it. Why would you approach it like this? Is this not the first thing you should do when constructing a city? Why did it take them over 50 years since the founding of the city, in 1903, to construct a sewage tunnel for flooding?
Maybe they didn't know how to do it at the time? They didn't have the money, the resources? What the fuck do you mean? Why didn't they immediately do a thing? I don't know! There's a variety of reasons that don't involve conspiratorial bullshit.
It really makes
Begging the question is so frustrating in these cases.
no sense.
Like, there's a million answers you could give. Your question is implying something that is not reasonable considering the information you have.
It makes things very difficult. You'd have to ruin all the roads in order to make this happen, and basically just a bunch of extra work. Also, there were really only around 13,000 people in Waterloo at this time. Seems a bit strange to put all this effort into building a massive sewer, but it gets even weirder. So let me read to you some of the descriptions of the event. Well, there is a postcard that has some info on it, talking about how the table was 125 meters in length, and it looks quite extravagant. On October 15th of 1903, there was a Waterloo Daily Reporter that hailed the feast as a grand success. Visitors went away well pleased. Here's
Why
what it
didn't I
says.
start stream earlier than I started it? Makes me very suspicious of you. You should be.
Most beautiful sight. A number of powerful arc lamps were strung about the banquet hall entrance, which was elegantly decorated with evergreens and bunting flags, etc., giving the exterior a magnificent appearance. As one actually entered the sewer, however, the view was long to be remembered. Not one of those in attendance had ever before witnessed such a dazzling sight, and without exception, the visitor would remain standing on the final flight of stairs to obtain a good view of the long table in banquet hall. Because of the limited capacity of the hall, the first course of oyster cocktail, etc., had already been placed on the table before the visitors were seated. The balance of the courses, however, were all served and in the best manner, although the space left for attendees to pass through the files of those seated was comparatively small.
Okay. Next thing. Oh, the medbed lady. The medbed lady who's in trouble for alleged scam things, posting again. Fun.
Hey guys, how are you? Okay, so the long-awaited news. So the other day I shared a video with some that left people all in a tiz about wanting to know what the information was. So today I'm going to deliver it. Okay, now it is exciting for me personally because of what I found out about myself, but it is just as exciting for each of you, or for many of you, because many of you will be in the same position.
Oh no.
So, what is that news, you ask? Well, for a few years now, I've been told and have had knowledge that I, myself, am the descendant of the legendary King Arthur.
Fine, fuck it, whatever.
And over the years, the information has become more and more available, and I did not believe it until I saw the proof. Well, I received the proof. I saw it. Not only do I hold King Arthur on one side of my family, but also both sides of my family, I have the blood of King Arthur.
Like, my brain is screaming at me to say something about that, but like, what am I even going to say about it? I'm sorry, I did say I was going to do the skeptic thing. I'll do that right after this one. I apologize.
So, what does this mean? Well, since I'm the only person in history in 1500 years to have this combination.
That doesn't even make goddamn sense. Like, if King Arthur was a real person who sired children who had offspring enough that their genes are still in the gene pool, people with those genes would have met, like, geographically, they'd be in the same area. Like, people would have met before who were both descendants of this legendary figure that you're claiming you're sired from on both sides.
On both sides. They class this as the heir of Camelot. Pretty
Are
cool.
we going on a quest for Camelot? Because I'm on board.
Oh, hey.
I'd rather not go with her, but like if it's a adventure in Camelot with her or no adventure in Camelot, I'll take it.
I still don't fully believe it. Even though I've seen the evidence, I still don't fully believe it. It's too good to be true. Has to be fake, right? Well, what did they find under the Vatican in the vaults and the tunnels? Yeah, they found a crap load of gold. What they also found was a lot of remains from kings, queens, pharaohs, gods. Oh, gods.
Oh, the bones of gods! I'm not gonna lie, if you have the bones of a god, my first intrusive thought is to grind it up and snort it, and I don't know why. That's probably an unhealthy view, so it's probably good we live in a world where that kind of thing isn't real. Because I would be making very, very dangerous choices about what to do with the remains of dead gods. Captain Squid says, ma'am, it doesn't matter who your ancestor was, you still have to pull the sword from the stone. The rules are very clear. It's true. It's true.
Gods of Egypt.
And that sword, chat, Celebrimbor. Look it up. H Baird with a link.
I'm invincible! You're a loony.
Some of them. Gods of, the Greek gods, Norse gods, all those kinds of very, very, very notable people.
Can I boof Loki?
And also the body of Jesus Christ.
Why would they have that? That doesn't even make sense. In the story of Jesus, he ascends. There is no body of Jesus Christ if you were a literalist Christian, because he came back from the dead, and then after he came back from the dead and talked to the disciples, he fucking poochied. His planet needed him, so he fucking ascended to heaven bodily. Don't even know your Christianity, Jesus Christ.
Interesting, huh? Very interesting. Now, of course, you're probably saying...
Didn't the Vatican just forget about that? I mean, it's easy to lose. I don't know how many corpses of saviors you have lying around, but when you accumulate enough, they're all kind of just a mess in your head, and it's hard to think about which ones you have and which ones you don't. You need to get an app to track all the different savior bones you have.
Yeah, well, we knew that. But over the centuries, and not just the last 2,000 years...
H-Baird says you could say that she's looking for a living among the dead.
26,000 years. The Dark Ones, the ones in control,
them,
are known as the Church for the last 1,500, 2,000 years. They have been collecting artifacts, remains of notable people.
Again, this is Assassin's Creed. This is the plot to Assassin's Creed. You're saying that they're Abstergo.
And keeping it for
Which actually, the Catholic Church, I think, was the Templars in Assassin's Creed. And I guess in real life. So, that tracks. This is just Assassin's Creed.
Themselves. Technology, stealing technology, and keeping it all for themselves. Any spacecraft and their occupants, they have taken and have stored in many facilities, the main one being the Vatican. Both good and bad technology, both of the positive and of the dark. They have been keeping hidden all to themselves, including historical records, true historical records, including the records of every single person that has ever been born on this planet in the last 26,000 years. They have all of our records. They have all of our DNA.
Okay, what are they going to do with it?
They have it all. All of it.
They don't, to be clear, but even if they did...
Now, when the Alliance went in and raided the tunnels and vaults under the Vatican, they found all these. They found them all. So, all those artifacts, all the historical records, all the technology, everything is now in the hands of the White Hats. And what they've done is taken samples, DNA samples from the remains of those notable figures.
Is she gonna say they cloned Jesus?
Who have been identified, who have remained identified. And run that DNA or whatever through their little computers.
Just run it as you do, run the DNA through the computers, that checks out.
And because they have the records of every single one of our DNA, they have been able to match the DNA of these notable people with some of us. Now, my experience, my story is only just beginning. I'm just finding all this out. I've known about it for a couple of years, but proof now. So your story may only just be beginning. Who are you actually related to? Physically related to? Now, we know that
humans are all related. It's just a matter of, how distantly. Does it fucking matter?
A soul inhabits a body. When a soul chooses to incarnate into a physical body, no matter what that body is, that soul leaves an imprint on the body. Now that imprint is taken, well, the DNA takes the imprint and stores.
The DNA takes the imprint of your soul? What in the world? Word salad. We already have it. But I just want to say that's a word salad.
That soul's imprint. Which means because the human DNA is like a computer.
Is it?
In
what way?
You have not only, if you are one of these people like myself, you will have not only the DNA, the physical DNA, but you will also have the imprint of the soul that incarnated into that body. Meaning, if you are related to Zeus or Amun-Ra.
That's got to be a lot of people. Zeus got around. Just saying. It's got to be like Genghis Khan times 1,000.
You not only have...
That's including like swans. Like the swan DNA like gene pool is just full of fucking Zeus cum.
Physical DNA, but also the spirit who incarnated into that body. So what does this mean? You not only will have all your memories from your own past lives and soul contracts and things like that.
Soul contracts? I have questions.
You also have the information from the spirit that incarnated into those physical bodies.
Like a trill. You're describing trills from Star Trek, basically.
Which means you are in...
Or kind of body thetans from Scientology a little bit.
carrying the physical and the spirit of, say, Zeus. Which means the knowledge, the abilities, all of that. How cool is that? So this is where, when I said your entire life,
what does Zeus
the
cum
world
taste
will
like?
change
Pop rocks
in the blink.
But not like flavor. The texture, it's very poppy because it's all static electricity. This is disgusting. Why do you let me talk? Stop asking me questions.
Of an eye. It will. Because as we find out who we are, not just in this life or as a spirit being, but who we really are on a physical level as well, your life will change.
Okay, I'm ready to move on to Greg. Jesus Christ. Where was he? He's around here somewhere. Where'd he go? No, I pulled him up. It's on YouTube for sure. Which tab? That's not it. That's not it. That's definitely not it. There it is. I am going to go urinate real quick. Be right back. And then we'll watch the Greg moon landing video. Ugh. Chair, you always make the best jokes. It really is Chair's stream. I'm just the opener, so.
NASA is not always honest to us.
That requires a pretty big citation, Greg. What specifically are you talking about?
Displayed skepticism about the moon landing a few times now. I don't know for sure if the moon landing really happened or if it was.
I hate that he does this stuff. I hate it. I hate that he hides behind, like, I'm just asking questions. I don't really know, but in reality, the entire thing is a big exercise in masturbating conspiracy theorists.
All a big lie. I'm not here to prove that either way. All I want to demonstrate in this video is that people have good reason to be skeptical of NASA's claims. People deserve to be skeptical of NASA and the official story of the moon landing. There is a lot of evidence that sometimes NASA creates fake imagery.
He's gonna do the thing. He's gonna do the thing where he's like, look, these educational images were modified, therefore everything's fake. It's a grift.
Sometimes they lie to us. I think NASA's real job is to create and maintain a specific perception about space.
That's really stupid, Greg. That's a really stupid thing to say, just for the record.
I think NASA is in the business of propaganda. The United States
Like, there's an ounce of truth to that. It's a United States federal agency. Obviously, its goals are going to be in line with that of the United States federal government, and it's going to always paint the federal government in a positive light because it is a part of it. But that's just how everything works. That's not propaganda any more than any government agency being a part of the government is. Like anything, everything has bias, but that doesn't mean it's a lie or untrue. NASA isn't making shit up. Ugh.
Government had every reason to lie about the moon landing.
A lot of people believe, like flat earthers, that he's like trying to court with this grift. Believe that all space agencies secretly exist under NASA, which is not true, of course.
Was the Cold
Grifter real? I think he's grifting. I don't think he really believes this shit. I just think he's actually grifting.
War, the space race was really just an extension of the nuclear arms race with Russia, trying to determine which nation built the best technology. It was a major moral victory for the Americans to beat the Russians to the moon. So even if NASA's plan was to actually land on the moon for real, they still
the fact that he's grifting is my opinion. I don't know that for a fact. I don't know. He didn't say anything to me. I'm just saying. Feels like a grift to me. Having spoken with Greg briefly in the past and just knowing how actual conspiracy theorists talk and think, I don't think he's doing that. He's doing this for money. It is cynical clickbait bullshit. H-Bird said, when will the FAA tell us the real story about flying being fake? Clearly, whenever we board an airliner, we just get out on secret high-speed subways. Wake up, sheeple.
Had every incentive to lie about their success and cover up evidence about how they did it. The average person will never have access to space. The average person will never get to experience space. So I
mean, if society doesn't, like, collapse, I don't know, someone who's alive today who's, like, a kid, maybe? Like, they're already taking rich people up. I don't know if there will ever be, like, commercial for anything, space anything. But to say that it's, like, completely out of the realm of possibility, I think is not true. I don't think that's true.
We have to trust that everything that we're being told is true. Everything that we're—
Wow, trusting science? Trusting science, Greg? The thing you used to pretend you cared about? Cool beans.
being shown is true. And we have to trust that astronauts are simply not sworn to secrecy as part of their role to shape our
You can't prove this negative, I'm positing. Okay?
perception of space.
Guess I get to disregard it then. You can't prove they're not secretly worshipping Satan.
I'm not saying that NASA could—
You can't prove that Greg isn't a giant piece of shit grifting people.
completely fakes their space program, I don't want to say that NASA lies about their capabilities in space. But a lot of the photos and videos that
Wait, NASA lies? I thought you were trying to talk to me about nasal eyes. Shit. I gotta call my ear, nose, and throat guy.
And other space agencies have created over the years have been manipulated or manufactured in some way. A lot of our identity in the West is derived from our understanding of space and our
Is it? What? No, Greg hasn't been dating Shu in a really long time.
ability to master it with technology. Baby boomers remember where they were the day Neil Armstrong first stepped foot on the moon. That moment changed the world forever.
Poetically, yes, and it's an achievement, but like you're treating it like it's unique in that regard. There are historical events throughout human history that have been milestones of different accomplishments or cultural, inventive, whatever milestones. The moon landing is interesting and great, but like it's not unique in that regard. So it's a little weird that you're like, they had to do this. No?
If it were to turn out that the moon landing was faked, even if we had proof that it was not real, it would still be almost impossible to convince most baby boomers because of how deeply ingrained it is into their perspective of reality and humanity.
Baby boomers invented moon landing like hoaxes. What are you talking about? Like, the concept of the moon landing being a hoax is from that era. Like, wasn't very long before people started writing conspiracies about it. Boomers were involved in these sort of, like, conspiracy narrative spreading in books and other shit.
In one of his books, Bill Clinton said that when the moon landing happened, a simple tradesman told him that he didn't believe that it was real because them fellers on the TV can make anything look real. Bill Clinton admitted after his time in the White House.
Yeah, does Greg think that that's a piece of evidence in his favor? It's an anecdote about a kind of funny thing where a hick said something dumb. Like, that's not on your side. Bill Clinton wasn't saying that to lend credence to the idiot. He was saying it to make fun of that. Oh my god.
That perhaps that simple tradesman was ahead of his time. What do you think Bill Clinton meant by that? Of all of the conspiracy theories out there,
I'm aware.
Moon landing being faked is the easiest one to get into. Even Joe Rogan used to talk about the moon landing hoax on his podcast back in the day as a champion of the theory, until he eventually invited Neil deGrasse Tyson on his show to debunk it. But you have to remember that NASA has always been sketchy since the very beginning. NASA was literally founded by a Nazi.
Operation Paperclip, which I also think is fucked up, yes, recruited a lot of former Nazi scientists to do various things for the United States. No, NASA was not founded and developed by a Nazi. Holy shit.
Wernher von Braun, infamous.
Like, that wasn't even a secret at the time. Literally, there's a whole fucking song about it from the time, or a little bit after. Hold on. Wernher von Braun. It'd help if I put song, probably. This guy's great, by the way. He did a lot of political satire back in the day. And when he died, he released all of his music to the public domain, which is incredibly based. So this is 1967. This is 2 years before the moon landing even happened. So it's not a secret. I don't know why moon landing conspiracy people or flat earthers act as though the fact that Operation Paperclip was a thing, or that Wernher von Braun was a German who worked in Nazi Germany, that wasn't a secret. It was known. There is a fucking satire song about it from 2 years before the goddamn moon landing. Like, I'm pretty sure he appeared with Walt Disney on some of his specials. I'm gonna play the song for you guys. Here's this link, though, if you want it. I thought he did die because he released his stuff to the public domain. If he's not dead, that's fucking awesome, because he's based as shit. Unless I missed something. At some point, he released them to the public domain then. Because they are. Why did I think he was dead? Who was I thinking of? I thought he died in like 2019 or something. Well, that's good. That's good news.
Gather round while I sing you of Werner von Braun, a man whose allegiance is ruled by expedience. Call him a Nazi, he won't even frown. Nazi schmazi, says Werner von Braun. Don't say
I was
that
thinking of Tim, I was thinking of Tim, damn it. Oh, my bad.
He's hypocritical. Say rather that he's apolitical. Once the rockets are up, who cares where they come down?
That's not my department.
Not my department, says Werner von Braun. Some have harsh words for this man of renown, but some think our attitude should be one of gratitude, like the widows and cripples in old London town, who owe their large pensions to Werner von Braun. You too may be a big hero once you've learned to count backwards to 0. In German or English, I know how to count down. And I'm learning Chinese, says Werner von Braun.
So, the idea that this was some kind of, like, secret... untrue.
After World War II, the United States recruited 88 Nazi scientists as part of Project Paperclip.
Operation Paperclip, yes. The USSR did the same. I'm not justifying it. Those were both bad.
Werner von Braun was one of them. So there have been a team of Nazis working at NASA since day one.
Greg, are you familiar with the genetic fallacy? Vaguely saying, these people work for the Nazis. Yeah, I don't like them. They're fucking pieces of shit. Correct. What does that have to do with the moon landing? That doesn't mean we didn't go to the moon. Going to the moon is not dependent on whether or not it was done using work of evil, shitty people. They're irrelevant to each other. We went to the moon, they were involved and they were shitty. All of these things can be true at the same time.
I'm sure that's fine. How do we know that NASA is not secretly designed to support their specific worldview?
The fuck does that even mean? You think the moon landing is somehow... Nazi? Like, I don't even understand what that would mean. You think that somehow NASA's goals align with Nazi Germany? In what way, Greg? Justify that statement.
I don't want to pretend to have all the answers here.
You fucking ass. I'm sorry. Watching Greg pisses me off because I know he's grifting. I see it. He's so full of shit and he knows exactly what he's doing in terms of rhetoric. And it pisses me off. Like, I can deal with people who are ignorant or have some very strange worldview or something. Like, I can deal with that. In fact, I find that interesting. That's the stuff I like about this show, is finding people with, like, very out there worldviews. People even who might be, like, ill, and not in a way to mock, but in a way that it's interesting how people's minds and brains can malfunction or come to incorrect conclusions. What I fucking hate is when people like Greg come around, people like other people I've covered, who can also see this, and I know Greg sees this. I know he does. A lot of people from, like, the atheist community back in the day, like Sargon and shit, went off and did crazy fucking bullshit, even at the time Sargon was being shit. I don't know what the fuck was in the water. But let me tell you, it's nuts. Greg knows better than this. He knows what he's doing rhetorically. He did a whole series debunking Kent Hovind and his, like, nonsense about creationism, so he knows how rhetoric works. He knows how fallacies work. He knows how to make an argument in a way that is sound and a way that is not. He knows arguments that work rhetorically, but not soundly, and he's weaponizing that against potentially vulnerable people in order to make money. It pisses me off. It pisses me off so much. Anyway.
I've never been to space. I'm not trying to convince you of anything specific. I just wanted.
Also, he's like his whole. The whole presentation here annoys me. It's very like, I'm not trying to do anything. You know what I mean? Like, you can tell he's got this smarmy, smug underlying thing. It's like he knows what he's doing is wrong, but he thinks it's funny. I'm reading too much into it there. But
Demonstrate that people
at least I know that.
Have legitimate reason to be skeptical about what NASA is really doing in space. So, what the hell is going on with NASA?
It's a very non sequitur question. Probably a troll, but I don't know for sure. No, I'd rather not. Didn't Sargon do something very recently that people were making fun of? No, I was thinking of another, like, Twitter chud who posted something stupid. Right? No, did Carl say something really stupid recently on Twitter? Oh yeah, that was all just the intro.
On the 20th of December 2019, the United States Space Force was officially founded
I don't know if they're a troll yet. They might be, they might not. I don't know what the fuck they're doing.
and signed into law as the newest branch of the United States military. Now, you can't just
Oh yeah, the collab. And it sucks too, because there's some funny stuff in that, like Chick Track video. Although I guess I haven't watched it in many years, so. I'm talking about the Harold Penisman tract, not Sargon. Sargon is not only a Nazi piece of shit, he's not even funny. Which, like, the two are irrelevant. You're at the bottom rung no matter what when you're a Nazi piece of shit, but also, like, Jesus Christ, the lack of humor is obnoxious.
in the space.
He's so just full of himself, isn't he, Sargon? He always just thinks he's, because of the voice he can do, he thinks he's just above it all.
Force.
It's annoying.
No, you have to already be a serving member of the United States military with good standing in order to apply or join.
Yeah, because it's a specific division that already deals with, like, how do I put this? The Space Force is a division of the government, a division of the military, rather, that used to be under the Air Force, I want to say. It wasn't called the Space Force, of course, it was just a different division, and their job was and is to deal with, how do I put this? High-tech communications equipment. So Space Force's primary, like, thing is that they deal with satellites, like the military's, like, stuff that's in space, communication satellites, spy satellites, stuff like that. So it doesn't make sense, like, the Army, for instance, recruiting from people out of high school or whatever, sure, because they're going from the bottom up. If you're in Space Force, you're talking about high-tech satellite stuff. Not just that, but, like, really important military infrastructure, like secret spy satellites and shit. So they're not just gonna be like, hey, you want to come be part of Space Force? No, they pull them from, you know, other divisions that, you know, were already dealing with this stuff. Like, the people who went into Space Force initially were people who were already in the Air Force, and then it became its own thing. That's its responsibilities right now. They don't have spaceships and stuff. I only say that because some conspiracy people think they have spaceships and stuff.
But what is the Space Force exactly?
Oh, the super soldier people are great. I do have a video of them pulled up, too.
Why would a nation need a dedicated space service?
First of all, it was used kind of as like a campaign thing. Trump wanted to do it. Trump was like, I want to make a Space Force. Don't know why. Did. But it had been discussed prior. It had been discussed in the past. I don't know the details of, like, how the military branches are all divided or what benefits come from it being its own unique division. Like, do they get their own member on the Joint Chiefs or whatever of, like, you know how there's, like, the head general of, like, the Army and the Navy and the Air Force? I assume they get their own one of those. They have more autonomy. I don't know, but there are reasons. Like, similarly, I believe the U.S. Air Force started as a division of the Navy, or it might have been the Marines. I don't remember. Either way, like, Yeah, when there are divisions in the military that take advantage of specific newer technologies, eventually, if their job gets big enough, it kind of makes sense to spin them off into their own thing because they have their own concerns, both budgetary and just in terms of operations. So it's not a conspiracy. It just is what it is. Air Force started in the Army. Thank you.
Currently, they only have 2 astronauts in the Space Force, both of which from NASA, obviously, and they only just recently revealed their uniforms in 2021, which...
When I saw people, like, react to this way, I was kind of like, I don't know, is it just me? Like, it just looks like a military uniform. Like, all military uniforms are inherently pretty contrived, aren't they? Like, that's the point? Like, what's weird about this? It just looks like another military dress uniform to me. I don't get it. like if you look at, like, I don't know, military dress uniform. Like, is that weirder than, like, this? Like this? You know what I mean? Like, this isn't less weird, you're just used to this because you've seen this in pop culture and maybe in the real world if you know people who've been in the Navy, you know what I mean? Like, it's funny that he's laughing, but it's like, it's not any more or less weird than any other uniform of similar type. It's just different, and you're not used to it. What a weird thing to laugh at.
In a way, the Space Force exists in response to the advanced nature of future warfare. It's kind of
Again, Greg, you can Google what they do. Like, sorry. Whenever I bring up that search engine name, my phone decides I have said a specific word or phrase that's supposed to activate it, but I'm not. Just saying the name of that search engine does it now. So thanks for that, Android. You're killing it.
just a way to communicate in response to the advanced nature of future.
Oh, what I was saying, Greg, they're not fighting with goddamn X-Wings, and they're not claiming they are. You're an idiot. No, he's not even an idiot. He's a grifter. Why do I do this? Why do I do this? DM Trey says, fun fact, for the longest time, Russia never really saw their air force as anything other than support for ground troops, like artillery corps. That's why they have one of the worst air forces in the world. That's actually really interesting. I've never been, like, a military tactics person, but I guess I've never thought about that. That is interesting. Yeah, that's stupid of them. Treating your air force like a support class. Holy shit.
Future warfare. It's kind of just a way to communicate to us.
I'm too nice? No, I'm not.
That stuff.
People say that to me sometimes, because I'm like, relatively speaking to conspiracy theorists, there's so much online that's like, how do I put this? A lot of online content, and I used to participate in this too, is geared towards like, so-and-so owns other person. And that can be fun sometimes to yell at something that makes you mad. It frustrates you, and it can help to get it out. But more or less, a lot of it's just not out of kindness, but out of I don't find that interesting. I don't want to just sit here and mock a person. I can joke about an idea. That's fine. I like telling jokes. I like talking about it. But I don't want to sit here and just be mean to people. Also, something about Doctor Who and good people don't need rules. I have rules for myself. Trust me. You wouldn't want to see me if I was over it.
Stuff's going on up there now. But the United States has been conducting military operations in space for a really long time now. The NRO, or the National Reconnaissance Office, is in reality the United States Secret Space Agency. One of the functions for NASA is to run as a smokescreen for the NRO. NASA operations are often used as a cover-up for secret NRO missions. If the NRO needs to launch a secret spy satellite, for example.
Right, but that's not the moon being fake. That's like, again, I'm not trying to, I feel like when I try and paint things, I want to be clear when I'm talking about like the federal government and things like spy satellites. Since that's not the topic of discussion, I'm referring to this very dryly, but don't assume that means that I am okay with America in the way that it deals with its foreign policy. Okay? Anyway. So there's a very big difference between saying you think the moon landing is fake and saying that intelligence agencies within the United States military sometimes do things covertly for national security reasons. That's not the same thing, even a little bit. DM Trey says, they now shoot their own planes down because their missile defense systems can't tell the difference between a missile and one of their own fighter jets. That's funny and sad. Jesus Christ. You can tell me more, maybe another time. I don't want to get bogged down in that, but reminds me of, every once in a while I'll watch a person named Laser Pig. Is anyone familiar with Laser Pig? They've done some stuff about the Ukraine-Russia stuff and the difference in military tactics and weaponry. It's pretty interesting.
Well, then NASA will get carted out into the media to spin some story about a weather satellite or something. But the United States has been pushing to weapon...
Is Greg literally talking about times when weather satellites are a thing? And he's just assuming that they're covert operations, or is he talking about a real thing?
And
I don't even understand, like, the idea that you would need... How do I put this? Especially at this point, there are private companies that you could hire to put things into space. Let me put it that way, you know?
Militarize space for decades now. For example, infamously, the Star Wars program was being pushed in the media during the Reagan era. Ronald Reagan himself romanticized the idea of humanity coming together to fight against some outside force.
In our obsession with antagonisms of the moment, we often forget how much unites all the members of humanity. Perhaps we need some outside...
Ominous booing on screen the entire time Ronald Reagan appears.
...universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly...
Wow, Ronald Reagan speaking at the United Nations is discussing global unity? Wow, that's shocking. I wonder why he would do that.
Our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
There was never an outside force, obviously.
Greg, again, he's a grifter. He's a grifter. Let's assume I'm talking to the caricature Greg is playing right now for the grift. Greg, the idea of humanity requiring or needing outside forces to be perceived as enemies in order to have unity with an in-group did not originate with Reagan. That's a trope. That's like a trope, not just from philosophy, but like popular fiction, because it's such an idea that resonates with people. Often, people find it difficult to work with people different than themselves until they are faced with something that they both need to deal with together. The enemy of the enemy is my friend, kind of thing. This is a trope because unfortunately humans are quite tribalistic and work this way a lot of the time. It's not trying to, like, wind up for some sort of alien invasion. It's an example to try and discuss global unity in the Cold War era that was happening at the time. Tail end, honestly, but, you know. Hydrate, can do.
All of this propaganda was spun up as a way to get people more on board with the idea of having missile launchers in orbit above their head, which is against international law, by the way. There's also the issue of how much money NASA is budgeted from the United States government. NASA...
Oh, is he gonna budget, like, scare about this, even though it's a fraction of the United States budget, especially compared to something like the military budget?
Costs the...
He's gonna do it. He's gonna say the $50 million a day thing, because that's something that flat earthers bring up a ton, and he's trying to... It's a shibboleth. He's basically trying to signal to them, I'm one of you! Watch my videos, $50 million a day. I'm also concerned about these things and not just trying to steal your ad money.
United States taxpayer, $50 million per day.
Oh my god, see, he even said 50 million because he knows that's the dog whistle, but when he actually looked it up in post, it's higher because of inflation and budgetary changes. But he knew at the time of filming it that flat earthers and other space conspiracy theorists constantly tout the 50 million number, so he used it when he was verbally saying it. Even though the number's not that now. He said 50 million a day because that's what flat earthers say. He is basically virtue signaling. I hate using that word. I would more put it akin to, again, like using a shibboleth to try and show in-group, like, understanding. Trying to say, I, like, see you, I'm speaking your language, you know?
NASA does. So a lot of the media coming out of NASA exists simply to justify the horrendous amount of money that goes into the department. Wouldn't it be funny if that money was being used for something else? Anyways, a lot of money is moving under the NASA name. In reality, NASA is just the face of America's various space programs and initiatives. NASA is like...
I mean, they're the ones that do them.
The PR department for America's science division, curating a specific perception of humanity.
NASA has a PR department, yes, but that's not most of what they do. Most of what they do is science.
Humanity's presence and
the various administrative tasks that are necessary to run the agency, of course.
Capabilities in space. NASA is all...
No, 50 million, it's actually 50 million a day, but considering the number of facilities that NASA has open, like, that's not a lot. Running any large governmental agency every day, you know, they gotta pay power bills, water bills, maintenance. They gotta pay people to staff the agencies. Everyone from the highest engineers and managers all the way down to the people who, you know, change the toilet rolls. Like, yeah, it costs a lot of money to run things.
Almost like a propaganda department.
Greg, again, like, why would you have NASA for that? NASA has a PR department, but every government agency has a PR department because they're a government agency. Pretty much every big government agency has that kind of thing, not just in America, but elsewhere as well, because government agencies, again, need PR because we live in a world of media, instantaneous media, where making sure that your message is out there is important.
Designed to make it look like
Michelle Gladio says, not to, let's see, not to drama monger, but does it almost seem to anyone else like Greg and Shu lost their respective minds after they broke up with each other? I mean, I don't think they were doing great together either, but like, that gets a little too close to personal stuff for me, and I don't like talking about personal shit.
Humanity is progressing scientifically and make it look like the United States is technologically superior. But
technologically superior? In what way? That's not a linear... Like, what do you mean? We're not on a tech tree.
We now have SpaceX for that today, with Elon Musk taking the role of master of technology theater.
Well, now you're just buying Elon Musk's, like, PR department shit. You want to talk about propaganda, Greg?
Selling us propaganda about the future while simultaneously raking in billions of dollars of taxpayer money in grants.
Oh my god, in grants. Greg. This is the worst fucking grift. How do you go to sleep at night? This is pathetic.
He is also a rocket man. And don't even get me started on Jeff Bezos and his penis rocket. His freaking...
He did the thing. It looks like a penis. We did it. Remember that time Austin Powers did that joke? Everyone referenced that. Haha.
Cowboy hat. Speaking of which, do you guys remember Starman when SpaceX launched a Falcon Heavy rocket with a Tesla mounted to their payload pod?
Yeah, that's an advertising thing. That's an advertisement for Elon's ventures.
I did a spoof of that a few years ago. Okay, we're lighting you up in 3, 2, 1, launch!
I'm confused what the joke is.
Well, the Starman launch gave us a spectacular view of the Earth from space. For those of us that watched it live, we saw that image of Earth in real time as the car floated off into space. It was a magical moment because humanity had never really seen an image like that before. And
have you seen Heavy Metal?
I got excited that SpaceX might...
Someone else mentioned it. Yeah.
Actually show us some of that fun stuff that...
The movie Heavy Metal starts with a rotoscoped opening with a, you know, person, astronaut in space in a car. It's a whole thing.
NASA was never really able to broadcast. While strange.
What? Greg, oh no, he's not even talking about the car. He's talking about from space. Greg, you absolute grifting piece of shit. The ISS has a live stream all day, every day. You can absolutely see that, you grifting, lying sack of crap. I hate you. See, this is why I don't like to cover Greg. It just makes me mad. With other videos, I can feel sympathy that people are either, like, confused or delusional. This just makes me mad, because I know he doesn't believe any of this shit. He's just saying it.
During a follow-up launch that was also being broadcast, they cut the live feed early before we got that beautiful, spectacular shot of the Earth from space. Apparently, because it's illegal to broadcast live footage of the Earth from space. Why?
No? What? Who in the world? What? Who do you even think would enforce that? The fuck are you talking about? What? What?
In the name of...
There's no global government to enforce that, Greg. What are you talking about?
All that is good and holy on this green earth, would it be illegal to...
It's not! What are you talking about?
Broadcast the world from space.
Hold on, let's do this shit. Live from space. You can literally find this shit on YouTube. Jesus Christ. Oh, it's pointing the wrong direction. Let's go earlier in the stream so you can see it. Oh no! We gotta go to one of their previous day live streams. They do this like every fucking day. They just do live stream after live stream, Greg. Please. Please tune in sometime when they're not facing away from the Earth with that camera. Where'd he go? There he is.
What?
No one's gotten a bingo yet, no.
The hell are they hiding? Alexei Leonov was the first person to ever spacewalk outside of a space capsule in 1965. Later that year, the United States performed their first spacewalk as part of the Gemini missions. This footage is possibly the fakest official NASA film ever produced.
What? Craig, what are you talking about? You can tell because of the way it is.
There's an awkward moment where astronaut Ed White floats motionlessly out to the end of his tether and...
What do you mean motionlessly? You can see him moving, what? You can see his little adjustments, what?
Right then, as he looks at the camera, he very clearly turns his entire helmet to salute. This is the first, last, and only time in history that an astronaut has been seen turning his helmet in.
This is not the same helmets and spacesuits that were used by the Apollo program later, Greg. Do you not immediately see that this is not the same fucking kind of suit?
Space. This should be impossible.
What?
Pressurized spacesuits are not designed to have articulating helmets, and the astronaut's head is not usually fixed to the inside of the helmet. The original image was taken.
I just wanna yell at him.
Record.
I just wanna yell at him until he stops forever. Okay, I gotta bail on Greg. Holy shit, he just pisses me off, that liar. Okay, now what? Yeah, I kind of assumed it was some sort of, like, ring connector that had, like, stuff to try and seal it, but in later iterations they decided to get rid of it because the extra moving parts, like, were not worth the risk. You know what I mean? Easy point of failure. Doesn't mean it's always gonna fail, or even most of the time, just enough that it's not really worth putting into the suits for the Apollo program. We need a cleanse. Anyone got an idea for a cleanse? Is Razzlecon a cleanse? What do I want? Oh, we had an interview with a January 6th person. That was pretty funny. We can look at the bingo card real quick. Oh, Freyline with maybe a class.
So you know how in school you learn that the Earth looks like this? It doesn't. It looks like this. See those two gigantic blobs? They are sometimes called mantle blobs. They are larger than continents. And if they were on the surface of the planet, they would be so tall the International Space Station would have to steer around them. These blobs might be old piles of the Earth's crust. They might be something left over from the Earth's formation. We know they're there because seismic waves from earthquakes travel through them differently. Some researchers think the blobs might fuel hotspot volcanoes like the ones in Hawaii. Others think they may have powered supervolcanoes. To know for sure, we need to know what the blobs are made of, and we don't. We just know they're there. Seismic wave studies haven't been that conclusive. So for now, all we know is that they're there, just messing with our conceptions of what the planet is. So you know how in school you learn that...
That's cool. I like the greens. Oh yeah, we're gonna look at the bingo card real quick before we did, and I had a January 6th interview thing. QAnon referenced. Schadenfreude Kahlo, thanks for 5 months. Nice name. Giants. Doesn't understand architecture. Incorrect word origin is evidence. The deep state and I don't think we had Planet X. Project Bluebeam is a conspiracy where they think the governments of the world are going to fake an alien invasion to usher in a one-world government. Illuminati, Freemasons, Cabal. What media evil site? Like what thing specifically? Tartaria. Again, when did Planet X or Nibiru come up? I don't remember that. Yeah, we didn't get Planet X. Like, what do you think Planet X is? That didn't come up, to my remembrance at least, unless I completely missed it. Oh, the Hollywood guy. Fair enough. That was broad, but I'll take it. Sure. Hollywood. Broad, but fine. Okay. This is an interview with the January 6th, I don't know if it's defendant or if they were already convicted or what. But this is on the Diamond and Silk show. One of them died of COVID, allegedly, so only one of them is there, and I don't remember which one was Diamond and which one was Silk. But one of them's alive. I think the one on the left is alive. Jesus Christ, this intro goes on too long. We get it.
My Diamond Dream Team.
Jesus, that took too long.
Wow.
Diamond died.
Wow, wow, wow. Hey, y'all. Welcome to Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. I'm your host, Silk, and you are my co-host, my Diamond Dream Team. And as Diamond would always say, it takes a team to build a dream. So
okay, she knew the dead better than I did, but I don't know. This feels a little exploitative to have this much imagery of your dead co-host and naming everything after them, and that makes me uncomfortable.
I want you to stop what you're doing right now. Be sure to like and share this broadcast and this podcast. I want you to share it.
Oh no, she died last year. This is not recent. This is her set. She just has all those photos there as her set. Ugh.
Everywhere, and let them know that Silk is on the air. Now, before we go another further, you all, I have J6 political hostage
Yeah, I think they were sisters.
on the phone lines, and I want to go ahead and bring him in so we can talk a little bit real quick about some things. Mr. Jake Lane. Jake, how you doing, darling?
Hey, Silk, God bless you, sweetheart. And our hearts are for Diamond. We love and miss the Dream Team duo, and I'm sure her reaction to the polling data that came out today, she would blow a gasket. And
yes.
I can't wait to share it with your audience.
Please share it.
I don't even know what polling data he's talking about.
Right now, what's going on as it pertains to the polling data and how it basically show extreme bias towards our J6 political hostages.
Oh no, oh God. Is it going to be like, almost all of us are convicted? It must be biased because we're innocent.
Yeah, so this is groundbreaking. Everybody that's out there, guys, we have polled the Washington, D.C. residents. We've got over 420 of them in a jury, basically change of venue to get the juries and the J6 trials out of Washington, D.C. And so the results...
You can't just want that because the locals of the area you committed a serious crime in don't like you. Like, that's not fair. Like, you just want to be like, I want to change a venue because a jury in this area doesn't like that I tried to commit allegedly an insurrection. Like, what? You don't just get to change it just because they might not like you. Like, that's how it is. Like, you did a thing allegedly. Jury will be selected from people in that area where the crime was allegedly committed. That's life.
That came back are staggering. We have such things as...
Maybe next time commit crimes in a less blue district.
68.8% of the Washington, D.C. jury pool believes that no matter what you did on January 6th, you deserve prison time.
Okay.
That means the meemaws, the grandmas that just walked across the lawn at the Capitol, waving flags, supporting our great President Trump.
I'm so curious where he got that, like, number from,
took
too.
selfies inside the Capitol with police officers fist bumping them. People that tried to save lives like I...
Cops also being involved with your crimes doesn't make it not a crime. Fun fact.
I did on January 6th. They think that we all deserve to go to jail.
Yeah.
And so the bias against us is...
Wow, the wow there. They think you should go to jail because of the alleged crimes that you were on camera committing.
Beyond repair. You can't surmount that. It is insurmountable bias. Basically, the only way we can get justice as January 6ers is moving out of Washington, D.C., going back to our home states and being tried by a jury of our actual peers.
That's the problem, isn't it? You think your peers are just people who agree with you personally and politically. That's not what peers means even a little bit. Holy shit.
An impartial one. Their partiality, the bias, the taintedness of the D.C. jury pools.
Telling that they think that not getting to be around people similar to them is a lack of impartiality, but very specifically going back to their home communities with people of political ideologies in line with theirs. That's not unfair. That's cool.
We have now proven, and the website that we set up to display all this data, guys out there, is j6changeofvenue.com. You have to go there and share that with your congressman, share it with your friends and family. When you read through this data, if you could pull it up on the screen, Silk, or have your team show it later on the broadcast, the pie charts, everything's laid out beautifully. You guys will be floored. I mean, here's a statistic for you. 85.8%. Listen to this. 85.8%, nearly 90% of the Washington, D.C. residents, the jury pool here, believes January 6th was an insurrection.
Yes? Did you know that 95% of juries pooled felt that murder should be a crime? Bias.
Can't get 90% of people to agree on what color the sky is.
I think you can.
Silk, so
Right.
you've got 90% of nearly 90% of people here that think that we're insurrectionists. How do I get a fair jury trial with that?
That lets me know they don't know the definition of insurrection, because if an insurrection really took place on January the 6th, Joe Biden wouldn't be residing at the White House.
Do you know what the word attempted means? Like, imagine if I was like, Your Honor, I'm on trial for attempted murder here today, but as you can see, the alleged victim in this case stands there. If I tried to murder him, then why do they stand before me, Your Honor? I rest my case. Like, yeah, you don't need to succeed at a crime for it to be a crime. Have you seen To Catch a Predator? Like, it's like that. Like, you can get caught in the middle of committing a crime, and then you fail at that crime, and then you are charged for attempting to commit that crime. Like, failure isn't a legal defense.
So it's really sad. And I also saw another statistic that you have here, that nearly 50% of potential DC jurors believe that a fair punishment for January 6ers is life in prison or the death penalty.
Again, I don't know where these stats are coming from. Don't know if they're real, but even if they are, okay? Do you think you get to voir dire away a jury that morally feels differently than you about something? Like, if you could do that, no one would ever be convicted, would they? I want a jury of peers who think that the alleged crime I did doesn't count as a crime. That's not how the system works, even a little bit.
What?
That's crazy. Now we're not just talking about bias. We're talking about extremists here. These people are unhinged. Their hatred for Donald Trump and conservatives and Donald Trump supporters, Jan Sixers, has become to the point where they're unhinged. They're willing. I mean, we even asked them. Nearly 70% said Donald Trump and his supporters must be stopped at all costs. And with that answer, Silk, you have to ask yourself, when somebody says they're willing to do something at all costs, that means lying, cheating, stealing, right? They will.
Oh boy, can you imagine? Republicans would never do that.
Lie their way to get onto a jury pool. They will steal their way to win.
I need to get water real quick. I'm out. Be right back. Enjoy, chair. Here, chair can have a nice Marvel blanket while I'm gone. Water required.
An election, they admit 70% of our nation's capital residents, the bureaucrats here, all of the people that make up the elite class here in Washington, D.C., 70% of them say they're willing to do anything.
The elite class?
Whatever it takes.
Yeah.
No holds barred to make sure Donald Trump and his supporters
again, next time commit crimes in a
This
red
is
district.
called being railroaded, and instead that our own American citizens, I hope these are American citizens that was being polled, instead it's about January 6ers, but absolutely nothing about
Those are the people that can be on a jury, so
that's invading.
Does she not know that you're supposed you have to be an American citizen to be on a jury, because jury pools are pulled from voting rolls and you need to be a citizen to vote in federal elections.
Our country, trespassing in our country illegally, and a lot of American citizens are now being terrorized by these invaders that's
What is it? Is it non sequitur to just be racist for a while? What are we doing now?
invading our country and trespassing in our country illegally once again. So it's really
yes, the worst crime of all, trespassing.
sad with what I see going on. I saw also with Peter Navarro, they want him to serve 4 months of federal time for contempt of Congress, but Hunter Biden, absolutely nothing. He just walks away.
What are you talking about? Hunter Biden got charged with tax stuff recently, and then he did some sort of plea deal, and then he broke the plea deal, and he's getting punished further. What?
Scot-free. It's this what's going on is really, really clearly ridiculous, but I'm glad that you got that polling data that can help and assist with you getting the change of venue. So give everybody that website again. Where do they need to go?
Yeah, guys, this is key. Guys, go to j6changeofvenue.com, j6changeofvenue.com. Use that as a weapon, as a tool, a resource. Share it to all of your congressmen. I want you guys to write letters, call the congressional offices tomorrow, email them, say, guys, we have polling data that irrefutably shows the Washington, D.C. jury pool is biased beyond repair against the January 6ers. There is only one course of action that needs to happen. The J6 trials, all future ones, need to be moved out of Washington, D.C., and all the people...
This feels very objection, Your Honor, grounds, because it's devastating to my case.
People that have taken plea deals and have been found guilty at jury trials in Washington, D.C. thus far, those people are entitled to having all of their charges dropped. They got put in front and coerced to go against a biased D.C. jury pool. Our Constitution is very clear, so we have a God-given right to an impartial jury.
Is it God-given or is it Constitution-given?
When we are
impartial doesn't mean they agree with you about everything. I don't know if you know that. And also, I don't know if you know this, there's a process called voir dire in which your defense attorney will get an opportunity to interrogate the potential jury members and help select the jury to try and get rid of that bias. So, your attorney should handle that, sir.
Are accused of a crime. If that right is taken away, if the jury has been proved...
You looked at their polling data, but on the section for if I were a juror, I would make sure they're convicted. The data is pretty evenly split. Okay.
Bias, then the trial and everything about it is broken. It's a due process violation. Whole case is thrown out. So we're going to see the DOJ receive the biggest black eye that they ever have when the appeals, the motions to dismiss the case and to appeal the case start coming in using this data. Wow, we're going to see.
I can't say I expect like a January 6th defendant to be like the smartest legally in terms of how they're thinking about things. But I'm still kind of a little surprised he thinks that this is like a good move for him and he thinks this is a bombshell.
See cases being dropped and huge things happening. So the website again, guys, is j6changeofvenue.com. Go on there and look at this polling data. Some of the results, like
sure, Jan 6th.
50% of people want to see us dead or in prison for our entire lives is truly disgusting. I mean, it hurts. It hurts. Knowing I can't get a fair jury trial, currently sitting in Washington, D.C., in our nation's capital, knowing I'm going to be...
You have 1 minute.
Oh, yep, he's in jail. He's doing the interview from the jail phone.
Remaining.
Led to the slaughter like a sheep to be sacrificed on the altar of the Democrats here is disheartening. It's disconcerting.
What's the Democrat altar look like? Can there be like a visage of Joe Biden with like an open mouth, and then when you like sacrifice someone on it, the blood flows into Joe Biden's mouth? Because that's like the vibe I'm thinking for the demonic, satanic Democrat altar.
So we need a change of venue, Silk.
And not to mention that you've been locked up for 3 years with no due process, no trial. That is ridiculous. So, Mr. Jake Lane, we're going to be praying for you that you come out like as per gold with all of this right here. You are, that's j6changeofvenue.com. Thank you once again, Jake Lane, for being on. God bless.
No, Silk, you're the best. Thank you for having me on. God bless you. God bless the Jan Sixers.
Thank you. All right, you all, that's j6changeofvenue.com.
H-Beard says, I think I understand this. To him, the trial is only fair if the trial could go either way. The idea that the case against him could be open and shut doesn't seem fair to him. That's an observation that kind of makes sense, yeah.
J6.
To him, it's only impartial if there's like a 50-50 chance, at least. That is, yeah, I could see that as a worldview. Like, not, doesn't make sense, but I could see your brain doing that to trick you. I get that.
Changeofvenue.com. My moderators or anyone that's there chatting, make sure that you post that in the chat.
Oh yeah, this is Lindell's thing. One of the shows on his website.
J6 changeofvenue.com. And it don't even just appear that the jury pool is biased. It appears that the judge is also biased.
Everyone's biased.
Well, that's what it feels like and appears like to me.
If everyone else is biased, have you considered that maybe you're the one with bias? Like, everyone has bias. But, like, if a majority of other people are like, nah, have you looked at your own bias to see, like, how it's affecting your view of things? Because that's good for everyone to do.
So you all be sure to go to changeofvenue.com. You all, the show is sponsored by mypillow.com. Don't forget to go to mypillow.com. Use promo code Diamond. Don't forget to
Remember when Peter thought this was going to be a social media website and he was going to get to make videos here? I don't even blame Peter. That's how Mike Pillow described it, was as a social media website. What that really meant was him and his friends get to make videos that you watch. For him, it's social media. It's all of his friends in the world, so.
At mystore.com. Don't forget, you all, to support our other sponsors, Cat's Remedies. That's right, Cat's Remedies. Use promo code.
No, this isn't Truth Social. This is Frank Speech.
Diamond to support our
Truth Social is the Trump thing. That's also a failure.
Our other sponsors. And don't forget about Dr. Stella, MD.com. That's Dr. Stella, MD.com for ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, or potassium iodine. Use promo code Diamond. She's also one of our top sponsors here for the show. And last.
Poor Diamond with no silk. I'm saddest for the ampersand.
But not least, patchthat.com. Patchthat.com. You all, no drugs, no chemicals, nothing, none of that.
Chemical fear-mongering on the bingo card.
Enters the body. It basically uses your God-given natural stem cells to do what it needs to do.
Oh, that's an illegal claim. There's zero chance that that's a FDA-approved claim. Holy shit.
For your body. So that's patchthat.com. Now I'm going to move on into the show. Yes.
Captain Squid says the ampersand can't escape, not even through the sweet release of death.
Girl Ava Chen is best.
She just shilled for ivermectin. That's a drug. Yeah. But to her, it's a good one.
She's back to discuss the WEF and the next planned scam-demic that they got.
All right. Enough of silk. What else? Bob Larson doing his, you haven't seen me cover Bob before. He's a quote-unquote exorcist, though he's not Catholic. Even though I say that because he often wears a Catholic priest costume. He's not Catholic and never has been. Anyway, he used to do these in person, but, you know, the pandemic changed a lot of how we work. So he started doing work from home and doing exorcisms over the internet, and he still does it now, because I assume it's cheaper. People pay him like $200 or something, and then he does a Zoom call and exorcises their fake demons. So that's great.
The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and submit you to Christ.
Can we get Bob and the demon in a breakout room, please?
Now, here is the one challenge we have. What makes you good, your skills, your training, your education, it's all wonderful. But you got to set it aside. Okay? We're not going into a linear world. We're going into a spatial, spiritual world. You can't use logic from your standpoint. I can use logic. Don't you do it. All right, I want you to say.
That's how you know it's not a grift, is first, before they do it, they tell you, don't use logic. I can, you can't.
All that I've gone through.
Hannah Kruger. Hold on.
All that I've gone through.
It's gone on long enough.
Has gone
Help
long
I put
enough.
the headphone in, probably.
It's obvious I have a mission in life.
It's obvious I have a mission in life.
I have a calling.
I have a calling.
By the way, you just said that a moment ago. You would have been a priest if they could have gotten married, okay?
I killed Johnny
I've
Depp.
always
In my
had-
defense, he was very high on cocaine at the time.
A sense.
I've always had a sense
of God.
Of God.
Did he say Jezebel? I didn't hear it because my headphones weren't in. I genuinely missed it. That hat looks good with my hair. I got kind of like a crazy, wild fucking thing going on. So yeah, disheveled is my look. Disheveled. If I ever, I can't even finish my jokes. Sorry. I've been going for 4 hours, 15 minutes, longer than I normally stream.
The devil knows that.
The devil knows that.
Yeah, the acting's worse on Zoom. I think the framing makes it look less real. Like, I think, like, he could be doing this exactly the same in person with, like, a cameraman there, and it's, like, shaky and there's people. I think it would probably come off better, but the fact that we're seeing it in this very flat, like, well-lit Zoom call format, it makes it even more comical. It's the juxtaposition, you know? We expect something like an Exorcism to be framed in a scary, raw way, whereas this is very sterile and corporate, and, like, you associate this with not the occult, not demons or spirituality.
You saw it from the beginning.
You saw it from the beginning.
I just want to get to the part where he acts bad.
Named in these documents.
All
him go into his
to Aztec blood.
Oh.
And Yucatan blood.
Ah. So the Mayans were there. So you had the benefit of the Mayans and the Aztecs.
Ball game sacrifice.
Ball game. Hold on. I just gotta play that without my interruption. That was clearly gonna be hilarious.
Aztecs.
Ball game sacrifice.
Ball game sacrifice.
He lost and died. And
he's referencing in some indigenous culture. I think basically I'm gonna feel like an idiot because I'm gonna be referencing fucking El Dorado. Anyone seen The Road to El Dorado? You know the game they were playing with the hoop and the ball, and they kind of had to use their hips and stuff to get it into the hoop? That's based on an actual game that, like, was played in you know, Central America, like, by indigenous, you know, people. I think it was Mayan. I'm not positive, though. And I believe they did sacrifice the losers or something. I don't know if that's an all-the-time thing or just sometimes. Either way, he's referencing that. He's referencing that.
In the ball game.
Well, actually, back there in those civilizations, it was an honor to die in the ball game.
Yes, for me.
Yeah, that little ring that they
for
had.
Me.
And you had to take that lacrosse type thing and fling it through the ring.
Pretty sure you're not supposed to touch it with your hands.
A little circle.
No, it was with hips.
Okay, see, he knows. Yeah, Bob doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Oh, I know all about your game. Except this is not a game anymore.
Oh, yes.
No,
He thought he was in honor, and he was a fool.
You've got it from so many different directions.
Take me out to the Bale game.
You've got it from the Aztecs and the
That's
Mayans.
good.
You got
Captain
it from
Squid,
the
you and
Celts.
chat joke of the day.
This could get complicated.
The powerful dragon is in him.
Powerful what?
The powerful dragon is in him.
Of course, that's why he was attracted to all this Chinese
bad dragon
stuff, feng shui, and all the rest of it.
Not just that.
Wait, feng shui? That's not a Central American thing. God damn, he's getting his old white boomer racism shit wrong for his exorcism.
Well,
martial arts.
The wrong kind.
The wrong kind? Did you say martial arts and he said the wrong kind? Is there a right kind of martial arts?
Kung Fu.
Why are we talking about Kung Fu now?
Degree master.
A what? What Kung Fu master?
10th degree Kung Fu master. Who was led by the dragon.
You got this guy from every direction, didn't you?
Yeah.
H-Beard says, hey Bob, first rule of improv, don't say no, say yes and.
Yes. We led a beautiful web. He is ours. Him and his daughter and his son.
Oh, he pulled up his prop cross.
Right
there. No!
Bob sells these, by the way. These are very specific crosses that he has made and he sells.
He is not yours. He belongs to Jesus Christ by the blood of the Lamb. And you
no!
This is Bob's career, too. This isn't like something he started in the last 10 years. Bob's been on this grift his whole life. Like, he's been on this circuit in the VHS days. I've seen old VHS, like, grifts he did back in the day. From, like, the 80s and 90s.
I command you under judgment. You tell me, to whom does his spirit belong?
Who does number 2 work for?
Mighty dragon!
No!
The Lord of Darkness!
Line. No, he doesn't belong to the mighty dragon. He doesn't belong to the mighty. I command you to tell me. Under penalty. Hold your tongue. Under penalty of death. Spiritual death. You tell me. To whom does his spirit...
There's evidence they forced prisoners of war to play a ball game before being sacrificed, but local players are more like sports stars? Okay.
Spirit belong.
To the Lord of Darkness.
Whom does his spirit belong?
Oh, we're taking him to the pit of hell.
Calm down and tell me who his spirit belongs to. Say his name, Jesus Christ. Say it! I command you to say it. I strike you with judgment.
Oh, that did nothing to me.
Why doesn't the demon close the laptop? Like, in person, I can kind of be like, okay, the demon's, like, here at this Holiday Inn conference room that Bob has rented for the rubes to give him money. So they're in a physical location, and the demon, I mean, how much can they really do? But in this particular case, if the demon has control of the body, shouldn't the demon just, like, end the call? Like, what is the demon doing?
That did nothing to me, Larson!
Yeah, the demon could just walk away. They don't even need to turn the computer off, technically. They just be like, fuck you! And walk into the other room until Bob gets bored and signs off. Like,
it does mean everything. You reacted. That wasn't an act.
It's only a scar of war!
Who
I cut it off my arms!
Just answer the question. Who is the ruling spirit? Is it Leviathan? Who is the ruler?
The Antichrist.
the bad acting doesn't come through well via Zoom.
Christ rules over him.
Okay, the Antichrist spirit. With Leviathan, Jezebel, Quetzalcoatl.
Jezebel. Is Jezebel on the bingo card still? If so, there she is, but I might have gotten taken off.
All the spirits of the Mayans and the Aztecs and the Celts and all their witchcraft.
Jesus Christ! This is like the broadest boomer racism. Names a bunch of, like, Central and South American groups. And the goddamn Celts! Fucking what?
Wow. This is a lot, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Oh my god, find out if you would have a demon at demontest.org. Updated test with 21 questions. Do we need to test if I have a demon? Is that important? Let's take a look. Demontest.org. Improved and expanded, now with 31 questions. Bob Larson's demon test. Taking the demon test may be one of the most important spiritual decisions you make, based on over 50 years of research and my research said by a non-researcher on the bingo card. 50 years of research and decades of one-on-one personal ministry, this test is designed to quickly determine an individual's need for deliverance from demon attack. Dr. Bob Larson is committed to helping you change your life. Our purpose to introduce you to integrative emotional healing and spiritual deliverance. For whole person wellness, we do this through the teachings of Bob Larson University, at least he's humble, and our informational streaming platform X Dunamis. If you would like personal attention to your spiritual needs, here are several recommendations. And then there's, like, you know, let's take, where's the test? Let's take the test. I think we should take it twice. I think we need to do one version of the test like we're infested with demons, and then the other one will be like we have no problems that are demon-like at all, and see if it still tells us to please give him money to solve our imaginary problems. So let's check it out. Do you sometimes exhibit uncontrollable outbursts of anger and violence? Currently, I am so demon-infested. Have you experimented with 2 or more forms of the occult? And there's an asterisk. But there's no... There's nothing that explains the asterisk. Normally, there'd be an asterisk, and then you could, like, click it. Or it would be laid other on the page, it would explain the asterisk. There is none, though, so it just has occult asterisk. Anyway, have you experimented with 2 or more forms of the occult currently? Have you been This is something that needs to get brought up. Bob targets people with a lot of trauma and tries to frame their trauma and PTSD as though it's demons. So the question about sexual assault is because people who have been assaulted are more likely to buy into his grift, unfortunately. He targets them because he's a big piece of shit. Fun. Oh, I guess I assumed all the oh, you're right. It's required because survey. Context. Symbols vary depending on the context. Their meaning changes. You'd think I'd know that based on all the conspiracy theorists I watch. Anyway, do you sometimes manifest behavior not consistent with your normal personality? Sure. Demons. Abuse alcohol and drugs. All of them. Do I commit immoral acts contrary to my customary values? Yep, all the time. Tempted. Minecraft. Yep, sure. Depression. Eating disorders. Oh. Trauma. Do I know of ancestors who did murder, self-delete, or sexual perversion? Do voices tell you to commit illegal acts? That's something that needs to be done by a healthcare professional, but he's targeting mentally ill people and people with trauma, so that makes sense. Ask Satan, yep. Ask Satan all the time. I'm just gonna hit currently for all these. You get it. I just want to see what it says. Rejection or depression. Wow, he's really just like targeting desperate, scared people. That's a fucking shame. Did your biological parents conceive you out of wedlock? I know the answer. He thinks is the evil one. Jesus Christ. Bah, you gotta enter an email! God damn it. I'm not giving him my email, I'm sorry. Well, that disgusts me, though. That quiz literally exists to weed out people and find the most vulnerable people who are desperate and looking for help, and Bob is a big piece of shit. Why is it legal? I don't know. He's making religious claims, would be my guess. Alright, we've been going for what? 4.5 hours? Jesus Christ. What else? What else? Oh my god. There's this whole show where this guy gets like a fucking haircut and they talk about conspiracies. Oh my god, the music. Terrible.
Ordinary stuff that not every, regular sheep is gonna fucking talk about.
Sheep on the bingo card. Sheep on the bingo card.
Stuff that a lot of people would consider conspiracy theories. And
conspiracy facts.
Yeah, we call them conspiracy facts.
We call them conspiracy facts because we're really stupid.
Facts around this way.
It's always good to conspire, kids.
It's fun to talk about things that may or may not be, things that aren't exactly known, A lot of times we get into conversations that start through Marvel, and it's funny, right now I walked in and Spider-Man was on, and we started talking about Marvel off the rip, and it's funny, usually...
That is Sam Raimi's Spider-Man playing on the TV in the background there. Just noticed.
Starts the same way, and then somehow from Marvel, it turns into... Next thing you know, we're talking about the firmament is real. You know what I'm saying?
That's one of my like a you thing, doesn't it?
Favorite conspiracy facts, and that's that we are in a firmament.
Well, it's something holding this thing together.
Yeah, and
keeping us from floating.
Firmament's a flat Earth thing, for those who don't know.
Away.
In all
you know what I'm saying?
In all the ancient texts, there's some subject that comes about that, as above, so below type of word is in most situations like that, and if you look in the Bible, they mention the firmament multiple times, and people just breeze right by it because they don't know what that word means, and it's just a sphere.
Have you considered that the language in religious texts is often poetic and not literal, especially when it's been translated countless fucking times?
It's basically like a sphere that's out. It's like basically like an atmosphere that that stops whatever is space to.
Oh wow, this is a really bad description of the firmament.
What is down here, and a lot of people in the conspiracy world say that we never landed on the moon, and a lot of them don't think about this fact, and that the firmament people think that's the reason why they've never been to the moon is because they can't get out of the firmament. And anybody who follows me on Instagram, they saw the fucking video, which we talked about UFOs that day for how long, bro? When I posted that UFO video on the Instagram?
For a mad long, bro.
We was talking for an hour after my haircut, just like...
The way they just lined up, it looks mad sketchy.
Bro, I'll tell you right now, so...
They have an explanation for everything.
SpaceX did the experimental rocket, whatever, one day, and then I looked up at the same exact point in the sky. My homie was at my crib. I looked up. I was showing him, like, yo, right there, that shit looked like it was scraping across the fucking firmament. And as I pointed up to the same spot in the sky, it was fucking the...
Did every Joe Rogan listener congeal into two dude bros and then start a show? Because holy shit, this is just what I imagine the, platonic ideal of Joe Rogan fans is.
Satellites. What is it
It's
called?
almost impressive.
The train link? Or
No, oh yeah, Starlink.
Starlink train.
The funny thing is,
Train of satellites.
both of those things are Elon Musk technology. Once again, bringing up the fact Elon Musk is an alien, clearly.
So it's alien technology.
He just took over fucking Twitter.
Elon Musk is a fucking idiot.
The guy took over fucking Twitter. Now he's controlling the biggest media platform on the fucking planet.
You think Twitter's the biggest media platform on the planet? Holy fuck.
He's infiltrating the entire human life. He's just got his fucking
Oh yeah, aliens did it on the bingo card.
lizard suit on, and he's making a spectacle of this whole thing. What do you make of it, bro?
Well, we all know he's not like what he says he is, like what the media says he is.
No way.
He doesn't come from this poverty. He comes from a rich family, first of all, and he's South African, but his family's already been rich. And he did not invent Tesla.
He didn't. He stole that shit.
Well, he bought it. He bought a company. He's a good businessman.
Because that's what he did with PayPal too, I think.
He was involved in a company that was absorbed into PayPal.
And we all know he's just he's a businessman. He's a smart
Were reptilians mentioned? I didn't hear the reptilian thing.
businessman. I'll give him that. Like I'm not gonna hate on him.
Like they were
He's
saying aliens, but aliens aren't reptilians.
Obviously, you can't be stupid and get ahead in life like he did.
Correct.
But everybody's
Oh,
pretending
did they say lizard suit? Reptilians then. If they said lizard suit, I missed it. Sorry.
like he invented electric cars. First of all, electric cars existed. It's the first cars ever made were electric in 1884, I think. The first cars produced were electric.
That's crazy.
Gasoline is a later on technology. Yes, a lot of people don't know this, but now they're like making it like it's the new technology and it's like it's green.
No, they're not, you stupid fucks. Stupid like, I'm not smart. I'm not saying I am. I'm fucking not. But holy shit, when I hear people talk about things like this, it makes me want to beat my head against a wall.
I also saw some shit in the news that
Like, it's not a secret. It's not a conspiracy. You could look this up. You could look up why electric cars didn't become the standard. Battery technology back then was not able to create a vehicle that was reasonable for what they wanted it to do. Gasoline was, at the time, a relatively cheap and energy efficient way in terms of, like, it's a combustible liquid fuel that's flammable, but, like, it's containable and relatively safe just sitting around in your car. You know what I mean? Like, it's pretty energy dense for what it does. I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated beyond all belief.
the guy figured out some shit with the Tesla tech, and that he really thinks there's like some kind of free energy situation, or I don't know.
I'm sure
they saw that.
Well, we all know Nikola Tesla, the real Tesla.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's why I brought it up.
He already made the free energy that then got discredited for it. Obviously,
A lot of people say that's why he got killed or he died. Is like something happened. They offed him, similar to like the Epstein situation where they got to like make the guy go away.
Well, they can do that.
These guys are incredibly frustrating.
They can do a lot. These people, and we're gonna talk about who's they, but. We all know there's a lot of effort being put in to make sure that they can benefit from energy.
That's
so
right.
if there's ever a case where they make free energy, it's always suppressed. Like there's a guy that made cars that run on water, and he's killed.
You literally can't run a car on water. That's not how it works. All right. They're funny, but also very frustrating. I can't be going on them at hour 4 of the fucking stream. We've been going for almost 5 hours. That's good enough. Let's see who we're gonna raid. Mirusama's streaming. So's Cassavell, though. Let's raid Cassavell. Alright, have a great night, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow. We are doing the Patron-only live show tomorrow, as well as a normal stream. We'll do the normal stream first, and then we're going to do the patron stream. So, see you guys tomorrow. Have a great night. Adios.